you. Welcome. Welcome everyone to the Buffalo Board of Education's January the 20th, 21 board meeting. And by rising and saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. On the count of three, we will say 1, 2, 3. Pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States
of America,
and to the republic
for which it
stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with
liberty and justice
for all. Thank you so much. Dr. Cash?
Yes, indeed. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, colleagues. That Pledge of Allegiance takes on special meaning today, this most glorious and inspirational day. It is my great pleasure to introduce a colleague to you. President Sharon Cotman gave me a buzz earlier in the day and suggested that we invite Karen Saxon to come and sing for us. She thought, and I certainly agreed, that what better way to pay tribute to a new day and a prospect for a brighter future for all of us and for this great nation. And so I called Karen and she agreed right away and was so honored to be able to be with us this evening. So bear with me just a moment. We've jotted some words for Karen and then for the person who wrote the song that she's going to sing this evening, her choice. Miss Karen Saxon, vocal music instructor at Burgard High School, knows the power. Karen, could you ask everyone to silence there like you do every week, please?
Yes, please, colleagues, if you are not speaking, please mute. If you are on the phone, please mute your phone.
Thank you. Miss Karen Saxon, vocal music instructor at Burgard High School, knows the power of music and its ability to touch souls, to inspire expression, and to soothe and lift our hearts. Karen has exposed her students in a myriad of schools across the district to every genre of music that exists because she is equally passionate about her craft and the beautiful children she teaches. Music, in Karen Saxon's world, is for shared experiences that leave lasting memories, and she has made many. On this jubilant day of the inauguration of our 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden Jr., and our Vice President, Kamala Harris, Karen Saxon will lead us through song in a moment of our own lasting memory, at a time when hope returns to us with renewed enthusiasm for the future of our nation and for those of us here in Buffalo, New York. Karen will perform He's Got the Whole World in His Hands. And Margaret Allison Bonds composed this song. And she is an American composer, pianist, arranger, and teacher, one of the first Black composers and performers to gain recognition in the United States. She is best remembered today for her popular arrangements of African-American spirituals and frequent collaborations with the great poet and writer Langston Hughes. Margaret Allison Bonds, He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, now performed by our own inestimable Karen Saxon. Karen, welcome. Karen, you're on. You're on. You're up. We can't hear you. You have to unmute.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you, Seth. And thank you, everyone who is here. He's got the whole world in his hand. 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 He's got the woods and the waters in his hand. He's got the woods and the waters in his hand. He's got the sun and the moon right in his hand. He's got the whole world in his hand. He's got the birds and the bees right in his hand. He's got the birds and the bees right in his hand. He's got the beasts of the field right in his hand. He's got the whole world in his hand. He's got you and me right in his hand. He's got you and me right in his hand. He's got everybody in his hand. He's got in his hand. He's got
Yeah.
Karen, we love you and we thank you so much. You're a treasure. You are a treasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Beautiful. Beautiful.
We are so fortunate to have that type of talent in our district.
Yes, yes,
I don't know
indeed.
about you, but she chilled me. This has been one of those days that I'm sure I'll never forget. Of us will never forget. It has taken 4 years, have been very difficult years for our country, and chapter was turned, looking forward to new beginnings. As we approach this new year, January 2021, are entering on have a lot of challenges ahead of us. As Americans, I hope each one of us committed forward and doing what we should do to make America of the free and the brave. forward to this year. We have so many things that we're going to accomplish this year under the leadership of Dr. Kreiner Cash and his staff. I want to assure our parents, our students, that we are committed to making sure that we do the best that we can possibly do for you every day in our district. We are the second largest district in New York State. It is not an easy task. We have the biggest targets on our backs in Western New York, and we continue to survive. But America has been through times like this before, not maybe as egregious as we recently have seen some of the things that have happened, particularly on January the 6th. But we have survived, and we will continue to survive. I'm thoroughly convinced that good will always triumph evil at all times, and that God will prevail and he will win. So with that said, some great things to be proud of. I want to quote Dr. King. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter." I promise you that we will not be silent in this district about the things that matter. With that said, we are fortunate to have one of our board members, Terrence Hurd, initiated this kind act from Stephen Means, who is one of our benevolent community members. Last year, I was with him at School 53. Coles, whose claim to fame is that Stephen was in her classroom, and Donna Habib's claim to fame that she also helped Stephen. Fran Harris, of course, who claims that she also had a part of it. So everyone wants a piece of this. School 53, I spoke to the principal, Denisa Thompson. She's very happy that is to bless us. This item is item 16A in our board. And we will turn the mic over to Mr. Means, and we will open up the discussion afterwards if any board members would like to speak directly with him. Stephen Means, are you there? The latest Walter Payton Award winner from Buffalo Public Schools, grown up and grown man who has these three women that attached to you like they're your second mothers. Are you there, Mr. Means? I was here earlier.
President Cotman, he was here earlier. I don't see him now, though, unfortunately.
So if he's not here, we will bring him on as soon as he's able to come on, if that's okay. But he was here. Mr. Means? Okay. Terrence, you want to reach out to him? Or should I call Brenda Coles and she'll do it? I'm just teasing. She just wants to brag.
I'll give him a call now. Thank you.
All right. So these are the things that happen when we're doing virtual. With that said, Ash, we're going to skip over to
I have two significant items this afternoon under my update. I would recommend that, I don't believe we have a lot of speakers. I would recommend that we go with our speaker at this time, and then we will, then we can move on after that. Okay?
I want to make sure that that he is reached out to.
We can come back to him if after the speaker and my comments, then he comes on, then we'll take him on. We'll bring him on.
Well, I agree, but I just wanted to make sure that that because I understand he has a schedule, and I just wanted to give him a minute if we can. But meanwhile, I will bring up the speakers list. Believe it or not, I don't have the speakers list today. Darren, could you call the speakers for me, please?
Absolutely. Do you want to read the speaker statement? Or we can jump right to Ms. Khadijah Hussain, who is our...
You can read it if you want me to, if you feel it's necessary. I can. I have it here.
Okay, if you could, and then I can go right into Ms. Hussain.
Thank you. So at this time, the board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meeting. Please be reminded that all speakers' remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. We ask that speakers be mindful that this is a business meeting open to the public and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons from throughout Western New York, including children. This board asks that speakers conduct themselves professionally and that their comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo's residents to address the Buffalo Board of Education about issues that serve the public interest and district mission. And the board asks that the speakers appropriate decorum. Thank you for joining us. Our first speaker, please.
Absolutely. So this evening, our first speaker is Ms. Hussain, Advocacy for Multilingual Students. Ms. Hussain, you can unmute and then we will start your time.
All right, hello, my name is Khadijah Hussain. I am a community health worker, a parent, a college student, and also helping raise and support school for my younger siblings. Yesterday, I was in a school health and wellness collaborative meeting. This collaborative is a place where parents, students, community members, teachers, district and building administration, and Board of Education members can come together and make sure students and their families are healthy, safe, and supported physically, mentally, emotionally, academically by using the district wellness policy and the whole child, whole school, and whole community approach as our structure. We met yesterday, and we would like to thank Board Member President Sharon Belton-Cotman for joining us. Some of the topics that were discussed were their health and well-being overhaul, mentally, emotionally, and physically. The most challenging thing in school and in life right now, what is working for them during these challenging times, and how can we work together to make sure all students and their families are healthy, safe, and supported right now. Many reported out that their health and well-being was okay, just okay, not great though. Many said that the most challenging thing right now are trying to balance and stay positive. Students said that the workload they're getting is a lot and hard keeping up with their grades. Students feel that teachers are not doing a good job, and it doesn't feel like they were trained to teach online. Some people reported that they are having no time for family because of the amount of work that they have to do. But what is working for them? They said that some people said that they're doing breathing time before bedtime, yoga, and yoga after they wake up, having connections with friends on weekends. And the last thing is what can help. They said that having time between classes to take breath or stretch. I'm here today because our students and families are really struggling. I would like the district to reconsider the amount of work that the teachers are giving students and put a policy in place where students and teachers can have at least 5-minute break between each classes just to stretch and breathe. As much as education is important, there can't be any success if our teachers and students are under a lot of stress and are not mentally okay. Please join us for our next school health and wellness collaborative meeting and work with us to fully implement the wellness policy on a district and school building level. Our students and parents really need this type of support the most right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Cotman, that is our only speaker for this evening.
Wonder I didn't get a list. Okay. Okay. We see that Stephen Means is back.
Do you want me to respond, Ms. Cotman?
Sure, if you'd like to.
Well, I just, we usually do. I didn't want her to feel like we were dismissing. So, Ms. Hussain, thank you for your comments. Certainly, you touched on a lot of points that all of us educators in the Buffalo Public Schools, board members, all of our staff, we're very sensitive and concerned about the issues that you described. We've heard those concerns as well. And that's why we do have a curriculum that focuses on the academic part of our students' careers, but also the social emotional part, as you say, the wellness part, that is equally important today under this very challenging virus and pandemic that we live under. So we're hoping to start school soon and start to be able to address the needs of some of the families and students that you speak of. And meanwhile, I will have Dr. Tanja Williams reach out to you, and Dr. Nadia Nashir and other staff of our fine team to continue to work closely and be a partner with you and the organization that you represent. So thank you so much for those comments, and please stay well and stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Stephen Means, hear us? We did
Yeah,
an
I'm still here.
introduction. Okay, we did an introduction. I'll do it briefly. I shared with the board that last year when you were at School 53, I was there with your Buffalo motherhood, Brenda Coles, Delta Habib, and Fran Harris. And I sincerely thank you for blessing our student population again. It's item 16A. We will be voting on it. I do sincerely believe that God grants favors to those who do things that they do not have to do. And that's the greatness of your heart, and we appreciate that. I want to thank Terrence Hurd again for initiating this. And if you have the time, maybe some board members may want to give you a shout out after you say what you have to say. So I'm introducing, not introducing, but our team successful student graduate of Buffalo Public Schools, Mr. Stephen Means, the latest Walter Payton Award winner. And I can remember as a little girl thinking Walter Payton was the biggest man I ever seen in my life. Okay, as a kid, I'm letting you know. I remember he played for the Chicago team, and as a kid, I remember that. And so what an honor for you. Please talk to us and share what's on your heart today for the Buffalo Public Schools and our board. Thank you.
Yeah, no, first and foremost, I just want to say thanks to y'all. You know, God blessed me my entire life.
Yes.
And, you know, it seemed like I was surrounded by just a village, and you call it a motherhood. And you know, it was always a village around me of people that cared about me, loved me, and it was coming from my inner household, but it was also coming from the teachers at the school that I was at. And I just wanted to, you know, I just want y'all to know, like, y'all make a bigger impact on these kids than y'all probably realize. I remember teachers telling me over and over again, I'm gonna be special. I remember teachers telling me, like, stay out of trouble. Like, whenever I was getting out of line, they made sure they got me back in check. And you know, whether it had to be a phone call or a yoke up, whether they had to yoke me up themselves, whatever the case was, they always knew, you know, my potential, and so they always made sure I stayed on the straight and narrow. You know, stuff like that I never forget. Stuff like that I'm always remember. I'm always hold dear to my heart, and I'm always, you know, remember in times like these when I have the ability to be able to give back. So I just want y'all to, like, never, you know, think that nothing y'all do is taken for granted or fall by the wayside, because it's all remembered. Like, you know, I don't even know how many years removed. I think I graduated in 04 from School 53, and then in 08 from Grover. And you know, I'm gonna still keep calling it Grover, even though y'all know y'all call it iPrep now. But no, but you know, I just want to say I appreciate y'all. I love y'all, like, wholeheartedly. I know I might not have endeared nobody on this phone call in the school atmosphere, but y'all all the same to me. Y'all all in one. And you know, I appreciate y'all, and just keep inspiring these kids, because there's gonna be more people that's gonna have success stories coming up out of here. All my teachers at 53, starting with Brenda Cole, starting with Ms. Hall, Ms. Wilson, Ms. Rodman, you know, just the principals, Mr. V, like everybody, all the way to Grover. Like, those might be the best days of my life in high school. Mr. Everly, my principal, Tony Alessi, you know, my guy, you know, he was my football coach, but he still stay in touch to this day. Mr. Young, like, you know, just Steve McDuffie, you know, just Ron Riddick, a bunch of people that just impacted me in a great way. And I just want to say thanks. Terrence Howard, I appreciate you, man. You always, Terrence Howard, my father, Terrence Howard, I appreciate you, bro. You always stayed on my side. You always continue to stay in touch, and I appreciate that.
Love you, man.
So much. Thank you so
you too.
much. We appreciate you.
No problem. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you,
A
Mr.
native
Means.
son. And you know what? We're expecting you to mentor our next successful football person, which will be McDuffie.
Yeah.
We are speaking that into existence. He will be drafted. He will be a success. We are claiming that on behalf of that child, and we know that you will support him in his efforts. So thank you. I believe that you have the favor of God on you, and that shined upon your life and throughout your life. And now that you're blessing more and more those who need it, you'll only continue to be the that you need to be. You will be that guy. Okay, thank you so much. Do any other board members want to give us say anything to our Jennifer McCosey, then Terrence Hurd, so board member McCosey, then Dr. Cassie Evans Brown.
So yes, how you doing, Mr. Means? This is big. I don't know if you may remember, I know you come to Buffalo and the whole world's at your feet, but I met you last year when you came to IPREP, that's my district. And the fanfare there and the way that you were, so open to just talking to anybody who came up and spoke to you, it was just really refreshing to see. I wish you all the best. This is yours. I'm rooting for you. And again, thank you. That donation is going to mean a whole lot to any of the schools. I went to Grover too for 1 year,
Yeah.
but it does leave a legacy in your heart. So good luck to you, man, and we're rooting for you. And I just really done. Some folks forget where they came from. You definitely don't, and that means more than you know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Board member Hurd.
Well, I'm gonna call you Reese. So, you're my heart, man, since you was yay high, I just like everybody to know that this man, whatever city he was at, played for a couple of teams, Tampa Bay, Philadelphia, now Atlanta. Each and every city he was in, he made a difference. And that's some of the things he picked up here from Buffalo. And I'd like to thank his mother, who was a youth leader with the football teams that practices every day with him, his father, Dip, everybody who was there, Vince, Bebe, but then also his father, Big Steve Means. Everybody probably know he was a firefighter. He's a retired firefighter here. He helped mold this young man to what he is now. So he's a retired firefighter that's highly accomplished and honored. So I just wanted to say thank you from the heart, man, because, I was there, but you're a lot way farther than I ever was, man. And I love you for who you are in your heart, man. Never change.
Appreciate that, T.
All right.
To Cassie Evans Brown.
Steve, I still have our picture 5 years ago at Mount Arac, Temple of Prayer. I had on that yellow dress. But
Yeah.
I just want to congratulate you for all that you have done for this district. And I remember you as a little boy growing up in the church under your direction of your grandfather, Sonny Means. And so you hit the nail on the head. It was a village. And I think we're getting back to that village in 2021. So congratulations again. I still have that picture. I'm going to blow it up now since you become more popular. Speed to you.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
So that's all the hands that are up. It's one thing, Stephen, to be able to come home because we'll hold you true, huh? They don't let you forget stuff, will they?
Nah, they won't.
And that's a good thing because we love you and you're grounded, and God be the glory. Thank you so much.
Can I say one more thing? This young man had an injury last year, ACL, and he worked hard through it and came back and played again this year. This football.
Yes. Perseverance conquers all.
Perseverance and his faith in faith in the Lord, brings him through. And just like you're a mentor to more people than you can ever imagine.
Continue fighting, David. Continue slaying those dragons.
Yeah.
All right. Continue doing that. Thank
Stephen,
you.
Definitely.
we're so
I'm
proud
sorry.
of you for that
With Dr.
Walter
Cash.
Payton Award as well. Colleagues,
Appreciate it.
I know something special about that Walter Payton Award, and my brother-in-law won that award for the whole league 16 years ago. Reggie Williams played for the Cincinnati Bengals for 16 years, and so for Stephen, for you to be win it for your community, that is a huge award, because what it means, colleagues, is what you do for your community off the field. And so it speaks to his heart, as many of you have said, his legacy from Buffalo. And that's who he is. That's who Stephen Means is. So we're so proud of you. And our children, our young people look up to you. So just keep being you, and we'll all be the benefactor. Thank you, sir.
Definitely will. Appreciate that. Go Bills.
Hey, Steve.
Right?
Yeah. Hey, Steve,
Yeah, what's up?
Support?
Huh?
All right.
Who's your organization of support, of choice that you support?
What you mean? I can't hear you.
Who's the organization that of choice that you support?
You talking about like around the city?
Yeah.
For the Walter Payton?
Yeah, so with the Walter Payton, I chose to go with School 53, my public school that I grew up in, and then Grover Cleveland, my high school, and then I also donated to one of my teammates' foundation with prevention of suicide and mental health awareness. He had a situation growing up in his life where that was the case for him, and so when he made it to the league, he made it a point of his to really fight to not allow people as many people as he can. So he speak to the youth. And so he told me that once I donated the money to him, he said that it might be able to pour into Buffalo if he was able to get in contact with people around to be able to talk to the youth and create like free counseling sessions, therapy sessions for kids to talk to, so that way they'll be able to like get all their feelings and emotions out before they go and pour it out on the street. And so I feel like those three foundations right there, just staying to what I'm true to, back Grover with Pizak, Sean Ryan and all those guys, and then back to 53 where like I said, the village was created for me. I feel like those three especially those two back home gonna always be the pivotal stance on where any donations come from. And hopefully I was talking to Miss Cole, and she the one that actually started it. And she kind of told me all of this beforehand, and I was like, kind of leery about trying to start a foundation or trying to ask certain people certain things. But I'm gonna try to make it as big as I can next year. And I want it to grow, and so I'm gonna try to challenge the city, people around the city, to help in that way, where I throw out a crazy number, and hopefully we can get to that, whatever. I might even try to figure out a way where I can say however much we donate as a city, I'll match it or something like that. But I'm just gonna keep going with it and keep, like you said, keeping God first and really, appreciating and being grateful and having gratitude.
Thank you. Make sure I get that link. Make sure I get that link.
Stephen, and one more board member.
What I heard Mr. Hurd saying to you, let us know how we can donate to that organization, because we want to help you make it grow. And you lead us, but we all want to donate and contribute to that cause, because hearing you describe it is really, really important, and you're spot on with what you're doing. So if you let Mr. Hurd know, how we can donate and contribute, then we most certainly will.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Board member
I'm from Buffalo.
Right.
Okay. Hold on, Steve. One more person, one more board member wants to say something.
I just wanted to put out there too that if anybody has been paying any real attention, the Bills Mafia is really donating in major ways to everything and everybody. And you being a Buffalo boy and making sure that you're doing what you got to do for our city, man, I would tap into that network something fierce. And I swear you will be blessed, because they are, That the Bills Mafia is more than just a football squad, man. I'm a proud member. I always will be, but I'm just saying they're doing right by anybody. You ain't even got to be from Buffalo, and they got you. So you're in.
Hey, all right. Thank you so much, Stephen. And you don't have to be a stranger. If you want to come back and talk with us at any given time, door is always open. Okay.
Okay, definitely. I'm gonna need some advice.
Hey, you know, I'm gonna connect up with you. You know what?
All right. Okay.
Okay. All right. God is good. Thank you. Okay,
Yes, he is.
Dr.
Y'all have a good one.
Cass. 2, continued health and safety.
Yes.
Your turn.
That was great. Thank you, Stephen. That was terrific, colleagues. And to Jennifer's point, because I follow this stuff, it's really special. One of the things that makes Buffalo so special, and I'm leading into Dr. Quote, one of the things that makes Buffalo so special is that when it is at its best, it's very, very generous. And so when we were watching the game, all of us last Saturday night, I believe it was, the quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens went out of the game sometime either at the beginning of the third quarter, something like that, with a concussion. And when he went out with a concussion, he was out of the game. That was the Baltimore's best player. And so after the game, the Buffalo Mafia, Bills Mafia, and all of the Buffalo fans, many Buffalo fans, started to donate to Lamar Jackson's charity, his favorite charity, which he gives to Baltimore, in Baltimore. And they raised $265,000 from Buffalo that went to Lamar Jackson's charity. So that's what I think Jennifer is speaking to, is that whenever people do what's right, Martin Luther King said the time is always right to do what's right. That's what you get. That's what will happen. So thank you, Jennifer, for that. And what a great guest tonight in Stephen Means. So I've been reflecting, colleagues, that really what Stephen was saying in many ways is why it's so important for our youngsters in particular to have that in-school experience. Look at what he has learned over the life and look at who he attributes his development to. He talks about 53. 53. That's an elementary school. Then he talks about Grover Cleveland. That's a high school. And all of the people he mentioned tonight that were influential in his life. And that means that goes with relationships. That's in-person relationships, hands-on. And so while we have been doing our very best in the remote learning or the virtual learning model during this just absolutely devastating, I mean, I don't even have the words to describe this pandemic. Over 400,000 lives lost to it, more than in World War II. And way, way more, 8 times more than in Vietnam. But I thought we would start tonight under my update with, again, introducing Dr. Dennis Quo, our BPS medical director, and the division chief of general pediatrics and interim division chief of developmental pediatrics and rehabilitation at the UBMD Pediatrics and the University of Buffalo. So his credentials speak for themselves. He's a good, calm, thoughtful colleague. I speak to him as often as necessary for the work that's before us. So Dr. Quo has prepared some remarks for us tonight to give us sort of a state of affairs here in Buffalo and help us in our decision-making going forward. You do have this afternoon a superintendent resolution in your board docs under 13A, and I will be asking us to pull that resolution later in the evening and discuss it and then vote on it. Here to help us with our decision is Dr. Dennis Quo.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. And also, what a pleasure to, and very humbling to follow the previous speaker, Stephen Means, and just how inspirational this is. So as you know, I'm a physician, and I and many of my colleagues, we provide primary care for children who attend Buffalo Public Schools, and I really very much appreciate the opportunity to work with Buffalo Public Schools in any way we can to promote the health and wellness of the children for Buffalo. And as a medical director, I would like to relay the medical perspective and the science behind school safe education and safety during this really challenging time. I think everyone has heard that the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends the goal of in-person learning when it is safe and it is practical and able to do so, which of course means it needs to be planned and deliberate, informed by the science, and adhering to best safety practices. As we know, these are really unusual times, and health education and safety are not mutually exclusive. Given the circumstances in the fall, I firmly believe the right decision was made. Given the circumstances for the testing situation, the supply situation, the concern that cases would go up during the fall as they did over the last 2.5 months, and the need to be able to keep our teachers together with their students and go all in on the best learning experience we could provide. So now the circumstances are different. The cases are starting to come down. We are meeting a certain number of metrics, and there's a lot more data which shows that when schools do open correctly, they are not the drivers of community outbreaks, particularly with younger children. And these are studies that come from around the world, as well as more experience that we're seeing in the United States. Some of the highlights are that the children, especially the younger children, just don't seem to A, get sick in large or significant numbers, and B, they seem to just not pass it around to each other or to their teachers or staff or anyone in a school setting. The adolescents require more precautions, but as a general rule, the children are not the source of outbreaks. Teachers and staff require a little bit different consideration, as we know that adults do get sicker in larger numbers than children do. And, when we see any transmission with the schools, there's a higher likelihood that it's coming from the adults in the school. So it is really incumbent to make sure that we do engineer safe environments for our teachers and staff, and also that we acknowledge the need for education and expectation and personal responsibility inside and out of the school, particularly with adhering to best safety practices, including masking and distancing. The approach to keeping our school safe includes an understanding of the multiple layers of safety. That includes increasing the density of who is physically in the schools, engineering and behavior practices, and PPE. PPE is actually one of the last lines of defense. Other layers have to be put into place. We do have good guidelines from the Centers for Disease Control and the American Academy of Pediatrics for reopening schools. They're quite comprehensive. A lot of school districts have looked at them as well. As I said, there is a good safety record when these practices are adhered to. The landscape of where we are today is that we do have more cases than we did early in the fall. The positivity rate, however, was higher right after the holidays. The test positivity rate in Erie County in Western New York was really the highest right after the Thanksgiving holidays and right after the December holidays. There were periods of time when it was up in the 7 to 8% range. Over the last several weeks, it appears to be starting to trend downward. The 7-day positivity rate is now in the mid 5% range. One number that has been circulated around New York State and the United States was that if test positivity rate hits 9%, then that's kind of a hard line. Either that hard line, or if we are heading in that general direction. We're definitely not near 9% test positivity. We're definitely not accelerating towards it. the hospitalizations in Erie County are still at a relatively, a decent volume. They are looking like they have been coming down relatively slowly, but they are definitely not trending upwards either over the last several weeks. So we have, what that all means is that the cases in Western New York are not spreading like they were, even 2 or 3 weeks ago. Definitely not like they were in November and December when they were just spreading very rapidly. So it's a stable environment. And when you couple that with the knowledge that when schools are opened in a safe manner with appropriate practices, that they do not drive outbreaks. And so that's really the landscape. A word about the vaccines, because vaccines, as we know, have rolled out across the country. There are supply issues for the vaccine, and we are working to see if there are ways to encourage and facilitate vaccines for our educators. I do not think that we will have enough vaccines for all of our teachers and staff in the next couple of months. That is not under our control. That is a federal and state supply issue. Regardless, there's also very wide understanding that for the next several months, and we're talking all the way up to the rest of the spring and probably even to the summer, there's not going to be enough vaccine around the country to be able to achieve herd immunity, or to the point where the virus just goes away because there are enough people who receive the vaccine. So in the next several months, we need to act like there is no vaccine. It is going to take time for us as a community to get the vaccine out there where we can achieve herd immunity. But that also means that opening the schools to in-person learning is a process. It is not business as usual. It is, how do we open it safely with the approach that we are not yet vaccinated at a level high enough. And as I mentioned, there is data and practices that it can be done safely, but it is a process. We know how important it is for all of us to be working together in this area, to be able to work in partnership, to be able to put together the health and safety guidelines along with our the need to provide the best education for our children. So I want to talk a bit about the measures that we have been taking over the last 2 months since I last appeared in front of this board back in November. I'm very comfortable discussing the measures we're taking. And back in November, I said that I was hopeful that I would be able to appear at a point where I knew that the cases were starting to come down and that we would have our policies and protocols in place. Where we are today is that we have been looking at and implementing the CDC and AEP guidelines for density in the classroom, spacing, cleaning, PPE, making sure we have the appropriate supplies. We have been in touch with the Erie County Department of Health. We've had multiple discussions and meeting with them in partnership. The things that we have discussed and have put into place include the reporting mechanism. So there was communication about cases that may pop up. Training in contact tracing, training in reporting, training in education about protocols for safety for teachers and staff and families, with the understanding that each school will be assessing what is best for their own school, but also adhering to the best safety practices and being well connected with the Erie County Department of Health. New York State, for schools that are in an orange zone, has protocols for testing and reopening, including rapid tests to ensure the infectivity rate is low. That means 20% of staff and students over a month period have to be tested, and their positivity rate has to be less than the community in order to remain open. The supplies are ordered, supplies are here in the district. The testing, training is ongoing. The PPE is being delivered. We are looking to begin, even though it is not required to test before the schools physically begin to open, we are looking to start rolling out the testing next week. in order to make sure that we have everything up and running on time to be able to give us the data that's necessary to say, yes, we are safe in Buffalo Public Schools. We also have reviewed appropriate precautions for things like personal behaviors, responsibilities, things like masking and distancing, and ensuring that we protect ourselves as a community, again, adhering to best practices, because none of us want this virus. None of us want this. None of us want to spread this virus. And this is really ensuring that we can support our community, because keeping the schools going, ensuring that we provide the best education and wellness to our students is really going to take us acting as a community and individually as well. So that is my report. I'm pleased to tell you that I think we are now at a position where we can begin the process of reopening safely. As I know Dr. Cash has mentioned, it is a process. It is not like the schools open all at once to every student. We are looking at density. We're making sure the schools have all the appropriate tools and processes to be able to open as a process. And we have all the processes together to work with the county health department, with Erie County Department of Health, to be able to provide enough surveillance so that if there are issues, then we address, or if there are no issues and we don't find anything, that we continue rolling along. So I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Kuo. We really, really appreciate you. Sharon,
Okay.
you and your team, you have the floor.
Thank you. First question is from Board Member Larry Scott.
Dr. Kuo, thank you. That was very comprehensive, very helpful information, just start to finish. It was very helpful to hear that. I have two questions. One, what is your opinion on the rapid random testing that schools are expected to do, considering that some of the research shows that it can produce quite a bit of false negative for asymptomatic cases? And along with that, under New York State requirements, they are not including test results that are done outside on your own that are producing those positive results when they're looking at the total number of 9 or the percentage to close a school. I'm just wondering if you have a different take on that than what other districts are following from New York State guidelines.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And I'm aware of some of the reports that have come out, including one that came out in the CDC's morbidity mortality weekly report just the other day regarding the test. I believe the test is a tool that is useful given what we know about it. It is not the gold standard. What it does tell us is whether there are, if you randomly select students and staff, are we going to see cases? And it gives you an idea of like how much the virus may be circulating. It is very specific, which means that if it is positive, it is very, very likely that it is a real infection. It is, however, it does have a false negative rate, and the false negative rate is somewhat higher if there are no symptoms. So it can't be used as a test that shows you the background positivity rate, but it can show you whether there is a high burden of transmission within a population, as long as we don't compare it to the tests that are being done. As long as we understand that the properties of the tests are different than the PCRs, which are considered the gold standard. What it is intended to do is just take a random sample and say, kind of, is it circulating? And that's really what we want. That's really what we can do. It is different than, like, most of the people who get the PCRs, the gold standard tests, are generally, they have a reason to test. Like, there's some sort of clinical reason, or maybe there's been exposure. For the rapid test, you're taking, what you're doing with this protocol is you're taking just a random sample of students and staff and just saying, are we seeing it? And as long as we know that there is some false negatives, that is why even though we have those tests available, that is why we have to act with safety and distancing. It's just a tool of information that should reassure us that we are not seeing an outbreak of cases within the schools, and that'll reassure us that the schools can remain open.
And your thoughts on including outside test results in determining whether a school should be closed?
Oh, right. So the thinking behind that is that the reason you're testing outside is for a clinical reason. In other words, they may have a reason. There's a reason why they're getting tested, but there's going to be other information that will likely keep that student or that teacher or that staff away from the school. Like perhaps they have symptoms, and so those guidelines, ideally, if there's a test and there's a reason to test, there's information available that that person will already be out of school. So it's just a different use of the test. Randomly testing individuals who are asymptomatic in the background gives you, like, is there virus circulating in the community? I should also mention that the outside test results do also inform us as a community whether it is safe to keep the schools open, such as if the test results were starting to increase up to, like right now, it's, they say, in a high 5% range. If in the next 4 weeks, we see that number creep up to 6%, 8%, 8.5%, then I think we have a different discussion. So those tests are being obtained for different reasons. And I think as long as we understand there are different reasons why, I'm okay with looking at it in these separate lights.
Thank you. And my last question has to do with vaccinations. I inquired with Dr. Cash last week about having the vaccination accessible to our staff from the district. And he had mentioned that he was going to be talking with you about that. And you obviously referenced the major challenge there. We're relying on the federal government and the state government and probably the county as well. And obviously the supply isn't there. The one thing though I'd like to ask about, I had heard that our school nurses haven't all been vaccinated. And I'm wondering, because they're going to be closest to, they're going to be most at risk when we begin in person. And I'm wondering if we can at least guarantee that our school nurses have the opportunity to be vaccinated before we start in person.
Yeah, the decisions of who and when to vaccinate lie at the state level. I've had some discussions, actually I've had many discussions at the county, and I've also started to reach out to inquire if there are private partners that could work with us. But at this point, I don't have anything to report on that front. But the decisions on who to vaccinate lie at the state level at this time. I think these are ongoing conversations. I also do think that as part of, if you refer to the school nurses, I mean, there's a certain amount of personal protective equipment that needs to be prioritized to those that are deemed at the highest risk. I also should point out that as of right now, we also do not know, whether the vaccine, how well the vaccine protects against those that are asymptomatic, and whether it can present, we know that the data presents that the manufacturers have presented looked at symptomatic disease as the outcome, and not whether they were asymptomatic carriers. So even when the vaccine is rolled out, we still at this time have to act like the virus is still circulating freely, and so that doesn't make a difference. I do go back to reassurance that districts around the country that have gathered data have not shown that our children are passing it to any school staff as a general rule. There's always very, very rare exceptions, but as a general rule, the children are not the issue for our teachers and staff.
Thank you, Dr. Quill.
Thank you. Next board member's hand that was up was Board Member Terrence Hurd.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cole, for your very detailed report. And I, as myself, and I'm sure as many community members, I'm happy to hear such a great report about the reopening of schools. I have two questions. One is about the transmission of the disease. I'm glad to hear that you said that children are not the source of the outbreak, or shown not to be the source of the outbreak. And my concern is children bringing COVID-19 virus home to their parents or grandparents or their caregivers. And I know that some of our children live in impoverished areas, and I'm concerned about the wearing of the same clothes. Maybe first, let's say jackets. You wear a jacket inside and outside the house at a consistent basis without it being washed. Can that be transmitted into the school, or would that be transmitted back to a home to their loved ones? Or just a change of clothing. Our children may not have a couple pair of pants or shirts or things like that, or not able to wash them on a continual basis. What's your suggestions for that, or how can we move forward in a safe manner?
Okay. Regarding specifically clothes, there's actually really no evidence that the virus is transmitted on clothes. I actually have a two-part answer to this. So regarding clothes, actually no evidence that it's transmitted on fabric. There have been studies which show that the virus can be recovered and is viable on solid surfaces and perhaps for a short period of time on fabrics, but it also degrades relatively rapidly on fabrics, and no one has, to my knowledge, has shown that it's really transmitted through fabrics. But also to do so, you have to assume that it's not only viable but can be passed on large amounts. And what the data has shown at this point is that the virus transmits at close contact on large respiratory droplets, with more rarer but still possible cases of it being airborne, which means that distancing and ventilation and masking are your best bets. The other statistics that I would show that are interesting is that the virus right now in Western New York is actually relatively well spread throughout the entire county. And so what that suggests to me is that even though in the spring that the virus was more concentrated within the city limits of Buffalo, at this time, it is actually well spread throughout the county. And County Executive Poloncarz has mentioned, and Erie County Department of Health has published, the case rates, per zip code, and you'll see that many of the towns around the city of Buffalo have rates that are equal, if not higher, to many of the zip codes within the city of Buffalo. Now, within the city of Buffalo, there are still areas, including the East Side and the Riverside Black Rock area, that tend to be on the higher side. So there is some unequal distribution within the city of Buffalo. But what that tells me is that it is gatherings, mainly gatherings of individuals that are unmasked, that are actually spreading this virus and causing the load. So I would be reassured that I do not think the clothing is an issue. I would use this data to also inform us that it is behaviors of individuals not adhering to practices such as masking and distancing that is actually driving the outbreak. So the schools are not the source, it's actually gatherings outside the school that's really the issue.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And my second question has to do with safety and wellness. Western New York has been deemed, a high area for liver disease, kidney disease, heart disease through chemicals from old factories and other irritants in soil. My question is the safety. Maybe is there a material safety data sheet or something we can use to analyze how much chemicals that we use inside of our classroom, and also the using hand sanitizer, antibacterials, and the effect that they have in long term and short term, in adults and children, and how much our children be exposed to in a week, in a month's time, or in a year's time.
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's something that I would want to report back to you on that personally. Regarding the safety data sheet, there are specific recommendations for cleaning and sanitizing classrooms, including the that are mentioned by the Centers for Disease Control on like what are the acceptable ways to be able to sanitize and deep clean a classroom based when you have during the coronavirus pandemic. And if that's actually information you're interested, I think I would ask the opportunity to follow up on that particular one. I'm not as concerned about I'm not concerned about the use of hand sanitizer per se. I'm the cleaning agents that we would recommend for deep cleaning, of course, are not something that we would recommend when you have a classroom, when children are present or near the classroom. But if that's something I could follow up with you personally, that would probably be the best thing to do.
That'll be great. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Next, we have Board Member Dr. Ann Revere, followed by Vice President Lou Petrucci.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Kuo, for all of the information you gave us. I have just a very high-level question in response to community concerns, which is that members of the community think about all the various touch points that happen in a school building during the day. In your opinion, can we mitigate some of those touch points through cleaning, through sanitizing, through working with the populations in the building between the adolescents, the children, and the teachers in order to keep our community as safe as we can be?
Yeah, so the answer is there's absolutely many ways that the risk can be mitigated. I would actually begin by saying that you have to start with the density of who's in the school. I mean, if you come back to a school and you find that our students are sitting, 2 feet apart, then there's no cleaning that will make that environment safe. So we also know that the density is probably the most important factor. And from there you can build on the masking and that's when the cleaning begins to show itself. There are protocols for cleaning high touch point areas. And I'll give you some examples of things that can and should be inquired at any level. Is anywhere there's a high touch point, how often is it cleaned? Just as an example, there's a difference between daily cleaning. There's a difference between cleanings, in the middle of the day, and then the deep cleaning that you would expect, but you don't want students sitting around. But you have to also look at engineering the flow of how people walk. So if individuals are facing in the same direction, that the risk of being contagious is lower than if they were facing each other. So all of that can be engineered. And so your safety practices have to involve everything from the density to the way that desks are arranged, to making sure that individuals are walking, if possible, to walk students in the same direction to the extent possible. But that's an area where every school has to see what's considered, because if it's not practical, then they have to try to stagger when students are out in the hallways. And so those are all things that can definitely be mitigated. That's part of the multi-layer response.
That's really helpful. Thank you. So the bottom line of what I'm hearing is that being careful about how many people we have at a given time, where they are, how they're facing each other, and as you said, personal responsibility with masking is going to keep our community fairly safe.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, President Cotman, and thank you, Dr. Kuo, for your very informative presentation. I just have kind of, not quite the hypotheticals, I hate asking hypotheticals, but provided that our numbers stay the same or lower as we go forward, and we go to look to a second phase or a series of phases do you have some general recommendations as to what the best practices would be as we look to open up more fully?
I do, and I think I should start by saying that we have to assume for the time being that there will not be enough vaccine, which means that we have to think about that we have to continue to operate like anybody could walk in, and if they are too close, like if you're not adhering to best practices, that the risk of being infected next to somebody does go up. So you have to act like, we have to act like as long, that the next person could be an asymptomatic carrier, which means that you have to continue to adhere to masking and distancing for the foreseeable future. In my mind is that if you're looking at it, when we look at the second phase, because there will be a second phase, is that it's likely that for the rest of this academic year that we're going to have to continue to adhere to the spacing and controls that you would want when there is no vaccine, which means that we have to continue to maintain that the desks are 6 feet apart. We have to maintain masking, we have to maintain distancing. If the reason I also to start with in phases is that you're really talking about changing human behavior. Like if it is best for individuals as a group to walk in one direction, then that's a change compared to what it was, back in February of 2020. And so the key is to take more people and see if we can, and be able to accommodate this, additional students in the same physical space with the same guidelines. And that is likely going to continue to, in my opinion, it would be very difficult to open 5 days a week, for example, under the circumstances. And so I know that it's pretty unusual to find a district right now in New York State that is, that has found a way to open 5 days a week. There are, that's where the hybrid model comes from. So I think it's going to basically be more of the same of what we're doing today. And it's a matter of, but once you increase the sheer number of individuals physically in a school space, it's a matter of how do you accommodate more people, but have them adhere to the same guidelines.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Koo. Sharon Cotman here. I have a question that was to me. Ask the good doctor the impact on public transportation with no control gets on the buses with our students. And do you have any opinions on our high school students that will be traveling on the local, the trans?
I do. The high school students, so first is that when we're in an reopening phase, there's general agreement that the younger students, the ones that are less likely to become sick and less likely to pass the virus around, are the ones that we try to prioritize to bring back as a group. What that also means is that when you start bringing the high school students back, we recommend bringing them back in smaller, manageable numbers. So that that also affects the density of those that have to travel along with public transportation and other considerations. I do think that the students, now that masking is in the city of Buffalo pretty well accepted, the chances that you have students in a fully masked environment is going to pass it on is actually relatively low. I do go back to other districts that have opened and not found that there is an effect of outbreaks, related to the school setting, and that includes anything related to a school setting. It's certainly possible that, if you have multiple individuals in taking public transportation that are next to each other, and they are unmasked, that risk definitely goes up. But at the same time, the precautions, this is the way I'm looking at the risk. The first is that the positivity rate is going down, which means that on the whole, for each person that is infected, they're not infecting multiple people anymore. So there's actually fewer and fewer. The risk of getting infected out in the public, if you are masked, is actually getting lower and lower each day. That's the idea. So that's why if the positivity rate is going up and the virus spread is uncontrolled, that's a different story. The other is that, once we as a community started masking, and you look at, what's going on in New York City, for example, there was risk to individuals in the public transit system in New York City when the masking was not understood and when the virus was being uncontrolled. That has gotten significantly better, and I do believe that mass transit has become significantly safer. That also means, however, that because it is a less controlled environment than, for example, being in your own house, that is why we have to do this in stages. And I do think that an important part of this is having that surveillance mechanism with the contact tracing, with the Erie County Department of Health, which is what we've been working on over the last several weeks, so that if we do find that there is a risk to emerging to our high school students, we'll catch it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Are there any other additional questions? Thank you so much for your thorough report. I just have one. Since the Bills are playing and we are going to go to the Super Bowl, first we're going to get this game one at a time, and then we're going to the Super Bowl. Expecting cases to increase due to those social gatherings.
I'm sorry. So is it, do I expect that there may be an increase due to social gatherings? Hard to say. I certainly think that the risk is there. I'd like to think that Bills fans are responsible. I know that at the stadium that a lot of precautions were taken, and there was a significant amount of testing done before the Bills games, and that was required. So, and the positivity rate for individuals entering this New Era Field was actually lower than expected for the general population. So I'm hopeful. I think that one thing I would point out that supporting and celebrating the Bills was also done in in consultation and in thoughtfulness with the county and the state. And I think that that in itself being a controlled process should make us hopeful that we as a community were responsible. I do think that we have to watch what happens to our positivity rates and our cases over the coming weeks, but that would have been the same no matter what we did.
Thank you so much. Mr. Cash, it's back to you.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Quo, one question. I really appreciate your ongoing support, and I know we were going to try to get some testing done even before school starts. Staff, I think we can do fairly readily. Do you have any comments about where we are as a team on that? And I really do want you to try to see if you can get 50 vaccines for those nurses at the very least. This vaccine thing is an equity issue. We're finding that some people are getting it and some people aren't. And I just would want you, as much as you can, I believe the board is even willing to invest some dollars if you find that UB, for example, gets a big stock of vaccines. Can you and your team help vaccinate Buffalo Public school staff? Because to me, it's a fragile issue, Dr. Quo. I believe you say hospitalizations are fairly level right now and they're fairly stable. But what folks don't realize, and President Cottonman says it a lot, is most of these districts are 1,000 and 2,000 student districts. This district, when you start talking about families that live together, people that are 1 degree of separation from one another, you're talking 40,000, because 32,000 students plus 7,000 staff. Now you're at 40,000, and each of those has 1, 2, or 3 significant others, usually living near or within the same households. So you can quickly get to 150,000 people that are the Buffalo Public School families, maybe even higher. And so when you're talking about that and we start getting cases, because we're going to get cases, then you can quickly have your hospitals overwhelmed. Perhaps the rate is what it is in large part because we haven't opened. Now, again, I'm trying to open. We want to open.
Yeah.
But when you have one of the largest entities in this region open, and then you have many cases, won't that have the possibility of overwhelming your hospitals? And then once again, we're in a position where we'd have to close. I just want to hear your professional take on sort of that exponential concentric circle growth around this once we open.
Yeah. So back to the vaccine for a minute. That is one of the issues that keeps me awake at night. You know, I think that the challenges of getting supply from the federal government and the state, you know, being one major issue, probably the biggest driver. Given the scale of how the vaccine has to roll out, I do think that this is something, you know, that the landscape of how we get vaccine can literally change day by day. We are at a point right now where it seems like we've gone backwards because the county has had to cancel numerous, you know, vaccine appointments, but there will be days when we'll find that there's a supply that just materializes. We'll have to jump and get the vaccines out. This is an ongoing issue. This is definitely not my last word on the issue. I think I've had some individual discussions that I'm still making phone calls and trying to inquire about partnerships. And I think there's some additional conversations we'll have that will, you know, advocate for our staff and our teachers to be able to get, you know, to be able to get access to the vaccine. So this is definitely not the final chapter by any means. With regards to the potential for growth, you know, I think we have to look at the experiences of schools around the country that, you know, did open, and there has been some variation. And when they opened without adequate controls, they did not do as well. And if they opened with adequate controls, they did well. And, you know, if I'm reassured by having the data and the guidelines that not only are we also opening in a controlled manner, meaning that we have to start with the background positivity and the distancing and the controls, that we have the surveillance to try to pick up any signals before things get out of control. You know, and that's where the partnership with the Department of Health comes in. As far as the surveillance, you know, once we obtained, you know, the partnership with Erie County, you know, to utilize and obtain the limited site laboratory license, we jumped on getting our supplies and our training as quickly as possible, which of course took a matter of weeks. And we've been working on it pretty much continuously since we saw the opportunity, and we're very grateful with the county's Department of Health in working with us in this area. The training, the PPE, all of that is still ongoing. And, you know, we feel that for staff that we are moving rapidly to try to get that testing done, you know, to be able to start doing some testing by sometime next week. whereas it'll go into the number of tests that we want to run to keep the schools open, which is 20% of students and staff over a 4-week period. That the reason is that we want to, the reason to aim for starting it next week is so that we have that process up and running and good to go, particularly when the students come back in person, and we can begin to start testing, the students while they're, and start selecting the students while they're in the school. So all of the pieces were there. There were a lot of partners that came together to make this work, and all the pieces are there. So I think that we have to use all of our relationships to be able to keep track of who's getting sick, and be able to also, more importantly, figure out whether they're happening in the school or whether they're happening outside of the school. And I think the processes are in place to enable us to do it.
Great. That's great to hear. Thank you.
Dr. Terrence Hurd, Board Member Terrence Hurd, hand has gone up. You have a question, Mr. Hurd?
Yes, Dr. Cole, one last question. And it might goes to the superintendent also. I know we mentioned that right now, Erie County is about 5% positive with the COVID virus. And that comes from the tested amount, people that were actually tested. What would be our positivity rate inside the Buffalo Public Schools before a building closes or we have a class isolated?
Okay, so let me repeat the question. The question is, if we're sitting in the 5% positivity rate, the question is, what, by comparison, how would we evaluate like an individual classroom?
A classroom or a school building, about a positivity rate before we isolate a classroom or any children or teachers or the building itself.
Okay. I wouldn't put a specific number out there because it actually depends on the contact tracing that happens. If we find that there's an outbreak in the school, within the classroom, like if we begin to find cases being transmitted within the classroom, then that would justify, shutting down a classroom or discussions about whether the school, would need to be closed. And that would be done with the county health department. But if you have, 2 or 3 cases that with contact tracing are, found to be outside the school, then the school would not need to close, nor would the classroom need to be closed. So as part of our training, the county and our nursing staff have been working on reporting and contact tracing, and that determines, and that gives us all the information as to determine if a classroom is safe. So it really depends on the contact tracing. That's why I would say that's not a positivity rate. It's, do we see that there's is there transmission outside or inside the school? So
I'm sorry. So are we expecting a 3rd, 4th, 5th grader to be able to participate in contact tracing? Give us a specific actual number of people they've been around or who they've been around? Well, that's when you start to, if you have in the contact tracing, if you have a student that was positive, then you have to the county, the school and the county will work together, and then you have to trace up to the family, and then you have to trace to see what happened in the schools, and the school, based on the data that actually the county has already worked on and received, it is, if you're within 6 feet of an individual for 10 minutes, and that's considered, for at least 10 minutes, and that's considered a test positive, that's considered a positive exposure requiring contact tracing. If you have students who are masked and seated 6 feet apart, then the chances that one student is going to pass it to another is virtually 0. And so, if classrooms were held to protocols and teachers are held to protocols, the chances it's going to spread in the classroom is very, very low. So now, if you find under contact tracing that there was actions that deviate from the standards, then that triggers contact tracing. And in general, when the county has found, for schools that have opened in the county, when they have found inter-school transmission, the number I have heard
was that 14 out of 15 inter-school transmissions in the county that they know of were actually adult to adult. And they've only known of one case so far where a student passed it to an adult. Now, that's the level of contact tracing that's happened. I mean, that's a reassurance that if the schools adhere to practices, that the chances that you're going to find something occurring within the classroom is extremely low.
Okay.
Dr. Cash, is your hand up? Dr.
I'm
Cash.
sorry. It's just these things are so important for us. And I want to ask him in front of all of you. Dr. Quo, two concerns. One, I've always been concerned about the lag nature, LAG, lag nature of the data. So by the time you know about positivity cases in a school, you know, you could have many more, and they just haven't tested yet. So I'd like you to just comment, especially in a place like a school, about lag data. And then number two is, if two teachers, for example, you know, teachers meet, they work together. If school is a very collaborative environment. If two teachers test positive, for example, and they're in contact with other teachers throughout the course of the day or other staff members, do all of those staff members have to quarantine?
Right. So let me answer the second question first. Quarantining will happen. You know, my conversations with the county Department of Health is that a positive contact tracing will happen if the contacts are deemed to be at high risk of transmission, which means that if you have two individuals that met within 6 feet of each other without masks, then that would constitute a positive contact. If you had two individuals who sat 6 to 10 feet apart with masks, or they were meeting for, like, say, 2 minutes, that would not constitute a positive contact. Now, there are decisions that are made by the Department of Health, but you know, you really have to, in general, you basically have to break protocol to be able to be contact traced. You know, and the idea is that when you walk, I mean, the way that we operate any environment is that you have to assume that there's a potential that anybody you come in contact with may actually just be carrying the virus, because there's so much asymptomatic transmission. And as long as we put in the controls for masking and expectations for distancing, then if you have one person contracted the virus from, say, a household contact, because that does happen, it does, as long as everybody else was appropriately, you know, following protocol.
Right.
You know, ideally, none of them should be contacted. None of them would be quarantined. That's the ideal.
See, that's a very important question. Let me just say, that's a very important clarification that you're making, and thank you for that, because what happens is there's wide inconsistency about how decisions are made at the school-based or district level about quarantine. And as soon as you get into this big back and forth and people in and out and on quarantine, just because they heard that someone in the school was positive, for example, they'll say, you know, why aren't we quarantining? Why isn't the school shutting down? Why aren't we doing? And I like what you're saying, or need to hear what you're saying, because that creates staffing instability very, very quickly. And that is one of the things we're trying to not have happen, because that's not good for kids and for their instructional continuity.
So, the other question was the lag nature of the data. By the time you see it, you definitely could have many more.
Yeah.
What we're not seeing at this point is explosive, uncontrolled transmission in the community. We are seeing transmission in the community, but it's not as explosive. Like back in November, late October, throughout the month of November, it was explosive. It was uncontrolled, you know, meaning that for every case of a virus that you saw, you were seeing more than one person or multiple people infected. And we're really not seeing something like that occur in a community at this time. You know, it's still at relatively high levels compared to, let's say, 3 months ago, but the transmission is not as uncontrolled. It's quite stable compared to where, especially compared to where it was 2 months ago. The lag nature of the data is concerning, but but it just means that we have to act like every potential person could have the virus, which means that we have to take precautions at all time of masking and distancing. And, you know, I think there is sufficient experience from around the world and in other parts of the country, you know, which show that we're just not seeing explosive growth in schools by any means. Like when you have a case that pops up in the school, as a general rule, it's coming from outside, or if it's coming from inside, that there was a breach in protocol. And when you have a stable transmission rate, particularly as it's coming down, so it's not, you know, uncontrolled explosive growth in the community, the protocols should keep our staff and our students safe. That's really the bottom line. Now, of course, we will continue to watch everything, but that's what the experience has shown.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very helpful.
Very much. We appreciate you. And stay safe. Thank you.
Okay. You're very welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Kuo. I'll be in touch.
Okay. Thank you.
Bless you, Dr. Kuo.
Yep.
Dr. Cash, do you have anything else to share with us today?
Yes, I do. So, colleagues, the second item under my update is I would like to share some academic achievement metric with you. One of the board's primary responsibility, Ms. Cotman, and I think Jennifer was around, and I'm not sure if Ann was, but we had a training a couple of years ago where Mike Casserly and his colleague indicated that we ought to spend most of our time in a board meeting on student achievement. And recently, we had the release of some student achievement data that in a school system is the most important metric in a school system that is pre-K to 12. And that is your graduation rates. And while it was easy to sort of look at it as a year with an asterisk, or, you know, kind of not pay as much hullabaloo as we do in a non-COVID year, I've asked 2 of our outstanding staff to join me tonight and really just in 10 slides, give you some highlights, give you some points of conversation, certainly give you the whole deck, so that when you're talking in the community and when you're talking with colleagues and you're uplifting the Buffalo Public Schools, as I know all of you do, you can dispel some of this conversation that comes up that tends to dismiss and disparage Buffalo Public Schools, even when it is achieving, even when it is beating the odds and exceeding expectations. You still have in this community folks that will continue to bash the brand. And so I don't ever take that, well, I do. I take it personal, but more importantly, I look at it as our children. Look at what you're saying about our children. When our children achieve, they should be lifted up. They should be commended. They should be encouraged. That's what Stephen Means was talking about this evening. He was talking about the people who kept him on the straight and narrow and told him he could be anything he wanted to be. And so this achievement last spring, the 2020 graduating class, was really astonishing and exceptional on a lot of levels. And so I wanted us to talk about that so that you, like me, you just say, I'm not having it. We're not having it. And you say, if anything, we're going to look at maybe there's some equity issues that we need to start to re-examine that are starting to show up in the data. Because there's always 10 different ways to look at data, right? And so we're going to show you that if so many Black and brown children of our children did so well last spring, even under the most difficult of circumstances, and then everybody's saying, well, the Regents exam, maybe it's not the students, maybe it's the Regents exam. Maybe that needs to be taken a look at. And I'm going to certainly propose that to the commissioner again, because that used to be the chime 10 years ago by the same suspects, same usual folks that were then saying it was unfair back then. And now when they see this rise that it outpaces and outperforms the state in many, many ways, now it must be something that the district did. We manipulated the numbers, or we cheated, or we did something. So no, we're going to clear all of that up tonight, and it won't take long, believe me. But first, let me, in a unique way, I love it, introduce the two colleagues that are going to present tonight. Our very own Toya Wilson and our very own Ebony Bullitt. But because of the special day that it is today, listen to me very carefully. These two young ladies are Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Let me say it again. Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority incorporated. Incorporated. AKA. That is pink and green. Do you hear me? And listen, why is that important? Because our Vice President, Kamala Harris, is an Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority incorporated. So Kamala, Toya, Ebony, now listen to this. I'm not done. This Buffalo Public. Contan Dabney, stop it. Tanja Williams, stop it. Myra Burden, get out of here. These folks are all Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Now, Sharon.
Paulette Woods.
Sharon, they've been beating me up. They've been beating me up. So I don't know what sorority you're in, but I had to get in line today. I had to get in line. So, colleagues, without further ado, these organizations are very important. You know that we're all part of something. And these are outstanding, talented African-American women. And I just wanted you to know that. That was what they had in common. They're all on my cabinet except Kamala Harris. And let's show these 10 slides and let's have a conversation. So, Mike Lucci, do you have the slides? If you could present those. Colleagues, we'll be talking about the class of 2020, a phenomenal class. Next slide, please. Mike? Okay. Certainly the education bargain, we're very familiar with it now, colleagues, but what I wanted to point out is all of these efforts are starting to yield along the most important metrics that we are judged against as a school district. It starts all with early childhood education. That's what the rigorous early elementary education work and strategy is all about. Our strong community schools, which are resourced and as equitable in what we provide to our children as anywhere in New York State. That's the goal of those strong community schools. Make them second to none in terms of what we provide for our children. And then our innovative high schools, they're beginning to yield with the graduating classes of the new, at least 6 of them, and 4 of them just had their first graduating class. Of course, the after-school programming, the services that we provide for our neediest children and families is second to none anywhere. And that's what helps keep that equity and that support for our children at the level that we are proud of. And then, of course, we have a new relationship with our teachers and our principals. Right now, colleagues, I don't believe we have an adversarial relationship. I believe we have a partnership, a true partnership, where we are collaborating and supporting and have a professional learning community, both in our teacher ranks and with our principals and assistant principals. So it's a very, very exciting time to be working with the Buffalo Public Schools. This next slide and the several slides after that, about the next 4 slides, Toria Wilson will present, and then Ebony Bullock will present the next 3 slides. So Miss Wilson, if you would.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Cash. So I really would like to start this presentation with acknowledging all of the Buffalo Public Schools secondary principals. They really pulled through and show what they were made of at a time when we were really struggling with a global pandemic. They work to support every family at the highest level, and it is because of their work that we saw big gains in this last year. They have to be the most talented group of educators that I've had the privilege to work with. So I do want to start off with acknowledging all of the secondary principals. So we're going to jump right into talking about how we did as a district and to what do we attribute the incredible gain of 76.3 4-year August graduation rate, a historic high for Buffalo. And much of the work is centered around their first classes last year. Amazing work going on in those 4 high schools, along with the other innovative high schools. But there was also another group, the Innovation, Transformation, Equity Zone, ITES. Dr. Cash, in his leadership, really took a step back in the last year or so and reimagined the leadership that would support these schools. And so as a result, that is where I came in. I stepped in to support the ITES, Innovation, Transformation, Equity Zone. It consists of 8 schools, 2 are criteria schools, 6 are schools that historically had graduation rates that were below 70 and really needed something more to push them along and provide supports. And so with that group of 6, you see 5 that are presented on the screen. I'm going to let you look at that first column. That first column highlights all of the work, the increases that happen across the board in ITES schools. And you can see that over the 3 years, there were significant gains, most of which happened within the double digits, well into the double digits. One school, Academy, is a transfer school. And so even with that fact in mind, there was a 6% increase at 5.9, just under 6%. The supports that were offered to these schools included tiered supports for principals and their leadership teams. What that meant was they received a visit from me 90 minutes at a time, some once a week, so I saw them every single week, some every other week, and some once a month, depending on where they were as a school community. The tiered supports included classroom visit protocols to support high quality instruction for all students. The visits also included systematic cohort tracking of individual students, starting with the graduating cohort, but expanding all the way through to the 9th grade, where students begin to accumulate credits. And then the implementation of the data cohort champion liaison to support systematic cohort tracking. Now, this strategy was so successful, and as were many others that really emerged through the work of ITES, and this was the principals pushing this work as well as the work that we did together, their teams and their leadership. But this particular item was so successful that we've expanded it. We've taken off the cohort and we've expanded it pre-K-12. And Ebony Bullock, my colleague, to provide training and support to really push this position on to the next level. It's a key element in supporting this work. Next slide, please.
So, colleagues and board, I want to say this is our bragging slide. This is a slide that we want to show you that highlights that all of our schools all together, our cohort 2016, graduated 76.3% of our students. And this is a 4th straight year of us increasing our graduation rate. So right here, we just have a 3-year comparison, but I want to note that this is actually our 4th straight year. And again, our graduating cohort of 2016 celebrates 76.3%, graduating within 4 years by August of 2020. And this represents an 11.6 percentage increase from the previous graduating cohort who graduated 64.7%. Next slide. And so when we look at how specifically our English language learners have fared, we know that we graduated 24.3, we increased by 24.3 percentage points. From cohort 2015, we went from 32.2% up to just over 57%. And then when we go to the next slide, we can see how our students with disabilities fared, and we celebrate a 12.3 percentage increase from cohort 2015. We went from a little over 51% to 64%. So even with those groups that tend to struggle the most or are most dependent on us as schools, we continue to provide them with resources to ensure their success. And then Toya's going to talk to you about the next slide.
So with this slide, you see the overall graduation rates broken out by race. And I'd like to point out that across the board, each one of these is an increase, and you'll get to see how that plays out in comparison to the state later on in our presentation. But what I'd like to point out is that most are above 70% or approaching 70%. And when you look at everything that is here, it really was a significant increase for all of our students. Next slide.
But Toya, before you go to the next slide, go back. Go back, Mike. So colleagues, what you don't see is last year's race, but as Toya said, rather than talk about what still lags in terms of racial differences and racial gaps, what you can see very clearly here is that the gap is closing. It's not widening. And that's just another way that you want to share the narrative. You can talk about gaps, and I think that's important. But in this slide and in this class, gaps were beginning to close significantly, such that Black students, for example, were only a few percentage points away from the white student group. Mm-hmm. And I also would point out here, colleagues, if you look at the highest performing group, and this is a very important point, that Asian Pacific Islander, that's just the way they categorize students and classify them in the national indices for doing this. But as you saw that the ELL students sometimes require more support at the beginning when they're just learning the language, right? And that's why you saw some of those lower ELL graduation rates on a slide, a couple slides back. And now we're beginning to increase again. But the point to make is, yes, when you're first learning the language, they had a rule here in the United States where just 2 years, actually the same year, if you came in as a senior, you had to still take that test and still pass those courses. So that's difficult for students who are just beginning to learn English. But now this 85.4% graduation rate really represents, you know, our Burmese students, our Cambodian students, our students from Thailand, from the Pacific Rim countries, and that makes up the great majority of our new American population. New Americans, we call them, our newest immigrants. And what this shows is that once they get into that 5th and 6th category of commanding and expanding their skills in the English language, they go to the head of the class. They go to the head of the class. And that's why when you go to graduation ceremonies, colleagues, you often see our new immigrants or our new Americans who are in command of the language now, being your salutatorians and your valedictorians and so forth. You see that a lot in our high school graduating classes. So I just want to point out that kids improve, kids grow, and like the bargain says, if you put in the work and you put in the effort and you're committed, you can grow and go as far as you want to. And this data shows evidence of that. Thank you, Toya. Next slide.
So, board members, as Dr. Cash and my colleague Toya alluded to, we've done some very specific subgroups. You see here, this data highlights how these different groups have fared with graduation. And so the increase has happened largely in part to the work of our colleague, Assistant Superintendent Nadia Nashir, who's leading our multilingual department, and our colleague, Assistant Superintendent Kim Holscher, with special education, under the direct leadership of our Chief of Academics, Ann Botticelli. And what they've done specifically for these groups are, for example, we've worked really hard to expand the differentiated CTE coursework options for students with disabilities. We've made sure that we provide both during the day, after school, and even weekend academic support for our English language learners. For our students who come from backgrounds that are impacted by poverty, we have increased and made our Title I services even more robust, and have worked to truly wrap ourselves around every need that they might have. We've provided these special groups liaisons that could speak right to their needs and give them all the sources, again, both academic and SEL, and if their family needed resources. All of that complete wraparound work by the various departments, both our academic side of the house and our social emotional side of the house, has really contributed to how far our ELs and our students with disabilities are doing in terms of graduation. Next slide. And so while this particular slide focuses on the gender graduation rates, what we want to let you know that we have been really working hard with our My Brother's Keeper program, our Big Sisters and Little Sisters program that really focused on students of color, giving them those equipping them with those academic and SEL supports that we really know they need to be successful. And what that has meant is that our Black male graduation rate has soared to 75.5%. Our Black female rate has soared to 77.8%. And so that is slightly above our all students 76%, right? So it's right there. We are really getting to the meat of what our students of color need. I want to also point out to you, Toya talked about some of the great work that our ITES schools are doing. We want to also really lift up for you Lafayette in particular. Lafayette High School, their Black male graduation rate was 93%. Louis J. Bennett, their Black male graduation rate was also 93%. Middle Early College, their Black male graduation rate was 96%. And Research Lab, their Black male graduation rate was 100%. Now, we're excited about the work that's going on at Bennett campus because Principal Alvarez and Principal Cullen, those schools, LJB Bennett and Research Lab, what's great about that is they're graduating our students of color ready to enter those new occupations of bioinformatics, computer programming, coding, all of that 21st century skills and knowledge that's really going to help them be able to get jobs, cutting edge jobs that can really secure a bright future for our students of color. We wanted to highlight that. And next slide. So again, this is another slide that I really love, colleagues. This shows a comparison to where we sit with the Big Five. And what I want you to note here is that we have moved from 4th to 3rd in the state in terms of graduation. We are closing in on New York City. And again, I want to say it again. When you look at the Big Five, the largest districts in New York, the largest jump. We jumped 11.6 percentage points. And it is not without the hard work. We have done the work. Our kids are doing the work. And Toya is going to talk to you about additionally some other items that have really helped our students in terms of graduation.
So board members, please save your questions until after the presentation. Thank you.
So to add to the Black male graduation rate, I'd like to also include McKinley at 93%. They graduated 93% of their Black males, and it's worth being noted. And they were part of ITES, so it's worth being noted. All right, so in jumping into how exemptions played out with last year's results. We cannot mention this year without mentioning that we were in a global pandemic. And as a result, we were canceled for a few sessions. June, August, and upcoming January have all been canceled due to this pandemic. But as a result, there were guidelines put in place for students to still be able to complete and complete successfully by passing their class that they were assigned to or that they were scheduled into that was tied to a Regents exam. So if they passed that class, they were given the exemption of a Regents. So this slide actually shows how that played out across the state. So if you look at the very top here, you see New York State as a whole, and then you see the 6 major school districts broken out. And from there, you really can go deeper into what played out here in Buffalo and how that compared across the state. So Buffalo ended up in the 78% of our students not needing any exemptions. So why is this important? Well, it says to you that we were on track going into the pandemic. 78% of our students actually had taken those exams and passed them and were on track to graduate. We did have some students who did need the exemption just because the Regents exams had been canceled. So when we really look at our students, we look at a definition around what is on track and what is off track. You've heard me talk about this in our previous board meetings. Being on track is you're a senior and having 16 credits and 3 Regents exams at least in your senior year, which means you have at least 2 that you have to take Regents exams. And so if we broke out our data and looked at how many kids fall into that exemption category of the 22%, we really want to look very closely at how many students needed 1 Regents and how many students needed 2 Regents. Because those students were on track coming out of January to finish on time and pass those Regents exams. We have all the data that shows how we were performing coming out of the January exams. And so when you really break it down, it ends up being just above 70% if we look at everyone who was on track coming out of the January exams. That puts us at 71.7%, round about 72%, which puts us right in that 70 range. We were going to cross 70% anyways this year, with or without the pandemic. We have all the data that shows that. But if you look at us in comparison to the other districts across the state, you can see that several districts needed a much higher percentage of their students.
So Toya,
yes?
Toya, excuse me. Mike, could you show the next slide, please? Toya has been talking from the next slide, and we neglected to tell you to go to that next slide. So my apologies. Toya, could you just let the board know that you've been speaking to this slide?
Okay, I was speaking to the comparison of the Regents exemptions, that slide.
Right, that's the one we just put up for the board.
Okay, all right.
It wasn't up, it was still on the bar graph slide.
Ah, okay, and I can see the presentation on my end. Thank you very much, Dr. Cash. So as you can see, Buffalo is at 78% of our students not needing and 22% needing one or more. But of the 22, we have the data that shows that of that 22%, if you do the math, we end up at about 71.7, as I mentioned earlier. If you compare us across the other districts, then you see that in comparison to Rochester and Syracuse, a much higher percentage of students in that last column of 1% or more exemptions were needed in those districts. Buffalo fell right about in the middle of the state as far as performance, as far as needing one or more Regents exemptions. So it really sheds light on the fact that we did not need the exemptions to get beyond 70%. That was the direction we were headed prior to the pandemic. Next slide, please. All right, so you should be seeing comparing four-year graduation rates. So this slide is a slide that really helps you see how we compare across this, compared to what happened across the state in all of the important subgroups that we are held accountable for. The two vertical columns, two horizontal columns showcase two areas where we had big gains. We outperformed the state in that category. As you can see, we were at 57.5% versus the state that was at 46%. That was an 11.5 percentage point difference that we outperformed the state average. For students, the four-year students with disability category, we were at 64.2, and the state average was at 62.2. Again, we outperformed the state average by 2 percentage points. Those are two big main areas. Now, when you look at the vertical column, you see all of the increases that happen across all of the subgroups. The thing I'd like to point out to you is that most of these are in double digits or in these subgroups. The one place where it is a negative number, it should be a negative number. We want to decrease the graduation rate. So we've gone from 15.2 to 12.5.
You want to decrease the dropout rate.
So we definitely we see that as an area that we want to continue to improve, but we also see it as the fact that we outperformed the state reduction, in that the state reduction was a -1 reduction and we were reduced by -2.7. All right, next slide.
That about do it. So colleagues,
and we'll be ready for any questions.
Colleagues, we're open for discussion. We'll certainly turn that back over to you, Ms. Cotman, and Board President Cotman and board members. Well done, Toya and Ebony. Thank you for that. Wanted to give it to you at a glance, colleagues, but also give it to you straight. Could you say, Ebony, what the black male graduation rate was if you disaggregate or unfold that? I think you were going, excuse me?
It was 75.
75.5%.
There you go.
Thank you. Paying attention up in here. Okay.
Go ahead, Sharon. Okay, so open up to you, Sharon.
Thank you, and kudos and congratulations for the hard work. I do know, based on the information that I was aware of, that I knew that most of my districts, schools, high schools, were on a very high track or very successful track for graduating students prior to COVID. So, and that, you know, those are the schools that I try to keep close to me. And thank you for the work. So our first hand up was Terrence Hurd. His hand was first, then Mr. Larry Scott came next, and then Mr. Lou Petrucci.
Okay. I'd just like to say, personally, thank you for all the work that this administration has been doing with our children, working with programs, bringing in new programs, and superintendent leadership and vision as our numbers climb. I'm not going to go deep into it because I'm just overwhelmed by the numbers in comparison to the state and other cities of our size, and you know, and just the 1 month, I mean 1 year told, you know, the difference in 1 year and what 1 year has made with our cohort. When you talk about the criteria for economic disadvantage, what's the criteria for that? What is it based upon?
Ebony, I think you know that one.
Yeah, it's the data that we pull from free and reduced lunch.
Okay.
But if you want it,
it's primarily information associated with free and reduced lunch, Terrence. But it also, you know, you can look at other indicators like how many parents are in the household, of the parents that are in the household, what's the highest education level, things like that.
That's what I was concerned about because, you know, I believe it's more because when you talk about crime rates and living in poverty and living conditions, you know, that should take a play also into some of the troubles that our children are going through in families.
Well, that's true. I don't think the national data tracks that. We kind of have to have a consistent definition for across the country. But one of the things it tells you, and this should be lifted up, is that even with all of that going on, look at what these students did. They accomplished in spite of all of that adversity. So it's really remarkable, and we're on track to achieve that much. Again, knock on wood, because we now have a new system of helping and tracking and supporting these students. Toya, you can talk about, for example, and Ebony, the graduation cohort tracker that is in every school that tracks this data from the time these freshmen come in right on through to 12th grade and graduation. We have a designated person that's all over these kids, for example, and is a connector, connects to all the resources and any resource they might need, Mr. Hurd. So if they need some additional social emotional support or support around trauma, for example, we have that kind of outreach for our seniors. That was one of the reasons we want to bring our seniors in this first phase so that we can see and determine what they've been dealing with and make sure that they stay on track to graduate. Because your future goes down as far as probability if you don't graduate from high school. You know that.
The other side of this, what I would like to see was our tracker that goes for college, our collegiate higher education tracker, see who's actually going to college, you know, who's been accepted or who's applying, and what's the data that we can get for this year. I know last year to get, but
Ebony, aren't we working, and Toya, I think you know about this, with David Rust and his team around that issue, because they're tracking on into higher education for us. They pick up the baton where we leave off. So from grade 12 into higher education is where Say Yes is a great partner for us and tracks that information.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Mr. Scott.
So, thank you, President Kottman. First, I just want to thank Dr. Bullock and Ms. Toya Wilson for your phenomenal presentation. Very well done, very well explained. Absolutely, in my opinion, puts to rest any of the scrutiny or the twisting of this is a mistake. Dr. Bullock, you put together a data report that you released last week that was very, very helpful and very informative. I think our principals, our teachers, all our staff, our students, our families should be incredibly proud at what we've earned. And this is by far from any mistake. This is intentional. This is hard work over several years. Our innovative schools, innovative high schools that were put in place 4 or 5 years ago, some of them graduating their first classes, that this is a result of that hard work and the education bargain over the years. Huge partnership, huge team effort. Don't want to leave anybody out, but with special ed, multilingual, and Nadia Nasher, CLRI and Dr. Morell, student support, our curriculum department, Say Yes Buffalo. And I reject any of the claims that this is a mistake, that we push these kids through. I reject the racial undertones, the shameful racial undertones. Our students of color, our English language learners, our students with disabilities, they earned this. They achieved it. I visited these high schools, many of them, Burgard, the Academy School, Lafayette, both the New Bennett programs just before COVID hit. And I saw the innovative programming. I saw proud students. Principals shared data with me that showed the course credits that were already earned, the Regents exams that were already passed. This was pre-COVID, before we even knew COVID was going to hit, just before it. So these students, these families, everybody should be extremely proud of themselves. This is a huge, huge achievement, and it's something that we need to celebrate and reject any type of criticism or any way of trying to minimize or discount what has been achieved here. Thank you all.
Thank you, Larry. Well stated.
Thank you. I believe I have Lou, you're next, and I think Jennifer, you were after Lou, and Dr. Rivera, and then Dr. Brown.
Thank you, President Kottman. First of all, I have to mention that former President Mary Ruth Kapsack was AKA, and I'd be remiss if I didn't, because I'm sure she'll remind me next time I speak to her.
Yes, she will.
No, I just want to thank you for all your hard work. I mean, this is
me. I'm AKA.
We heard you, Paulette, but this is this is great. I'm really, really intrigued by the data. Paulette, AKA, I don't want to not recognize Paulette as well.
We can't hear you.
Trying to do a deep dive to try and tease some things out to see if this can be duplicated going forward. Is it because we're doing more on-screen learning? Is it the changes we made maybe to the supports? I mean, living at home, or even though it's been very difficult for more of our parents and guardians, but having that very small learning environment where there's only 1, 2, or 3 kids, and with mom or dad or your whoever may be in your house as your guardian, kind of guiding you through this learning. I'd be really interested to see if when we start disaggregating the data, if there's some things that we can learn going forward, and being able to duplicate them over and over again, just to ensure this high level of achievement, because it's very impressive. And I will echo Larry's comments. I don't believe it's a fluke, not by any way or means. It's the result of all these efforts. But I'm just wondering what variable is so different this year that maybe it is the accumulation of all of our different things. But were there certain things that we could see that really, helped us achieve these high standards, these high goals? It would really, it'd be great for the district to be able to emulate them going forward.
Yes. Lou, thank you for that. What I would recommend, colleagues, we've begun to talk about some of those things tonight that we're going to continue to do. Certainly the innovative high schools are yielding very high graduation rates. The ITES zone, which is intentional, great intentionality being placed on those schools who had historically been lower performing. And then we have a whole set of other strategies, but I think you should devote a work session, probably under Kathy Evans Brown, Dr. Brown, and just let's unpack it. We'll unpack the data further for you, and we'll talk more specifically about what principals are doing, what their staffs are doing, how guidance teams are helping us, you know, all of that. Ebony and her work, her team is doing much different work now to provide specific direct support to schools. I think you would enjoy the work session about it, and it would go to your point, Lou, and give you a more robust answer than time allows this evening. But thank you for the question. It's a good one. Does that make sense?
Dr. Cash, I appreciate it. It's a great response. Thank you.
Next, we have Board Member Jen Akusi.
Yeah, so a lot of what I wanted to say was kind of already said. I don't want to echo so much as to add to. All of us have been really trying to, it's not touting, it's not bragging, it's just, you know, it's really hard to defend something that we're doing so well. And to go out there in communities and jump on radio shows, it seems like every outlet, every network is pretty much run by folks that, you know, just want to hear themselves talk about negativities. And we have the proof in the pudding right here. So I'm actually challenging something that we talked about in the past. If I'm not mistaken, President Cotman, you brought it up, was creating our own space on radio networks, on, you know, radio shows, having our own, putting that money toward it and making, you know, making more appearances as a board, as a district, where, you know, Dr. Bullock and Ms. Wilson can get on and talk to folks. It's a teaser for everybody's individual efforts, such as, you know, Larry's doing his talk, my listening tours, whatever. But we can't do this individually as well as we can do this as a group. Just trying to like challenge us all to really figure out, especially in, you know, in COVID, how we can come together. I feel like if the Board of Education knocked on Channel 7's or anybody, you know, Channel 7, whatever, Channel 2's, Channel 4's door, like, and do a segment, you know, really talking and really knocking back what people are saying about us, that they'd be open to it. You know, I want to put out there that I know we're all having difficult situations. You can't get on Facebook and make a comment without 30 people about how ridiculous you sound. And you have all the proof in the pudding. Now, how many people are sitting watching the board meeting? We don't know. This can't be our only outlet. We all have connections. Buffalo's one big living room. Let's get out there, because that was absolutely amazing. You guys really shed a lot of light on things that even I had questions on. Thank you for your hard work. And, you know, I'm trying to go on these listening tours. I also visit my schools. And, you know, being in the West District, a lot of those ELL language learners, my goodness, they're at the top of the charts. And they come here in their sophomore year and they're graduating valedictorian in their senior year. And that's not because of, you know, just them or just us. There's a beautiful combination. There's a beautiful marriage of how we work with our students and how we offer opportunities. Opportunities and resources are there. And if they're not, they're hardworking enough to make sure they make it work, regardless of their home lives. I'd love to uplift how some folks have home lives that might be challenging, but still overcome. Like, you don't have to be an NFL superstar to be the one to get on TV and talk about how great we are. That's all I'm saying. So I'm challenging all of us, basically.
Thank you. Board Member Revere.
Thank you very much. I'll keep my remarks really brief. First of all, I want to second what's been said here. Congratulations. And it makes me proud to say that I am a BPS parent, that I have been a BPS parent, and I'm going to continue to be a BPS parent. I just want to reiterate, I'd really like to hear more, as Mr. Petrucci was pointing out, about what points that you feel help move students forward, because these are the things that are really critical to the district. As Dr. Cash started out saying, student achievement is the very core of what we do. And as a board member, I'd like to hear some more about what you see push this data forward. it also connects what Ms. Makosi was just saying about the narrative in the district, the narrative about the district. Because when we can dive into these pieces that I know are out there, the ITES zones, you mentioned a few of them already, the grad cohort tracker, My Brother's Keeper, the meeting the needs of the student. I mean, there's a lot of processes in place that I'm hearing about where you're able to identify what students need and mobilize resources to get it to them. I think the more that we do this, the more that we talk about this, the more that we can replicate it, continue the process, and also make clear to everyone what BPS is doing.
Agreed. Thank you. Well stated.
Next up, Dr. Brown.
Okay, thank you. I have to congratulate the Buffalo Board of Education as well. My sentiment is that of my colleagues here. I feel like pages on my dissertation are coming to fruition. I remember 10 years ago, and by the way, my dissertation was looking at leadership and the relationship to reduce dropout rates. And so with that said, 10 years ago, the Buffalo Public 11, our graduation rates were merely 47%. And when I look at, there is an indirect link between good leadership and reduced dropout rates. Indirect. But what this is showing now, that this increase just didn't happen in 1 year. It took, we're talking about a 4-year cohort of children that graduated. And I remember my youngest son graduated in 2016. And I couldn't understand how he could not pass global regions. He took it 3 times. Summer, yeah. I'm like, dude, I'm working on a PhD and you can't pass global. So what I did, I looked at the global exam and took it. Very difficult and challenging.
Yeah.
And so Ms. Covington over at Performing Arts, she said, we're gonna put some inroads in place and this child gonna pass global. And that's what they did. Everybody in that school knew my son and other young people who were caught up in that needed that assistance. And they put those inroads in place and those kids graduated on time. And so the village is a collaboration in the school district as well. And so it's not just one thing. There's several things that was mentioned tonight that make a difference. We have to wrap around services to some of our vulnerable children. They can pass, but it also takes them and their mindset that they can do it. It also takes, you know, the teachers, you got to believe, they have to believe. So when all that is well, you know, put in one package, this is what we're going to get every year. So thank you for that. And I'm excited to spearhead the Student Achievement Committee and look at duplicating this. We're going to bottle it up and we're going to do this from now on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have Paulette Woods.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that one of the things I noticed on the schools that had significant improvement were the schools that we directed equity funding toward to give those schools the additional resources that they needed to address the populations that they had concentrations in. And I am impressed also that when we changed the curriculum so that children can see themselves and have a better image of themselves, want to read, that they feel like, hey, somebody, and I'm the descendant of somebody, and I make a difference, and I've contributed in this society. So I want to commend not only the Dr. Morrell, Sharon Cotman, because a lot of those schools are her schools, which we put additional resources into, and iPrep and English language learners. And I also wanted just to say I commend the staff because going to the BPTO meetings and the DPCC meetings, getting children saying, I don't know what I need to graduate. I missed a class, and that tracking so that they can get the courses that they need and to graduate, I think that makes a big difference. And also, of course, as everyone's already pointed out, the feeding children and their trauma needs and with the things, the social supports we've been focusing on for the last, well, I only been here, I've been for the last 4 years. I think it does make a significant difference in helping children to stay in school, to focus, and to make it. So there's a lot of good things going on with this Buffalo Public Schools. And I think we all can be proud.
Great. Mr. Hurd, you have something else you'd like to contribute?
Yes, I'd like to once again thank you for changing the culture. And this is our efforts to stop the student prison pipeline. And ministry staff, our teachers and principals are working very well. But I'll be remiss today if I didn't mention Happy Founders Day to the AKAs. And I see Ms. Bullock has her beads on, her pearls. And I would just like to say we was representing also today. And I don't know if we can get a ski if we can get a ski weed today before we leave.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We
We
won't. No, we won't. We won't do that today because we're at 8:06 and we haven't even got to our consent agenda. You can do it at your committee meeting. We're keeping it moving. Okay, we got work to finish to do. But we are grateful to everyone who has contributed. I am pleased to know that the work that's being done in this district and at this board level is impacting our schools. I have been criticized by many for being so hands-on, but one thing for sure, I ask questions and I get answers. And my phone has lit up. It's happened. People are saying that those equity overlays have made a major difference in their schools. You are finally equalizing the playing field in those buildings. So it's significant and we are going to continue to do that. I am prepared, Dr. Cash, to have the conversation about these exams. It's very interesting that I think it was in 15 that the conversation was about the exams was altogether different than what I'm hearing, the rhetoric that's being talked about. I'll use that word, talked about presently. But when your only platform is bashing Buffalo Public Schools, figure out something new to do, okay? Because you better got to understand that when you bash Buffalo Public Schools, you bash city children, you bash African American leaders, bash our white leaders, our Hispanic leaders, our Hispanic, you bash everyone, and you particularly put a damnation on our children, which is unacceptable. Unacceptable that you can't be pleased that our children are finally moving and Buffalo is finally moving into the right direction. We have hardworking people in this district of every nationality. And I would be remiss not to at least acknowledge that the complaints now, you can't say the culturally relevant piece is not being handled, although you wanted to take ownership of that piece. But we have been doing it almost 5 years before you realized we were doing it, so you couldn't take that. So we need to have a conversation as the same group of people damn Buffalo Public Schools and boost charter schools, not about them. So I'm ready to have all the conversations you want in regards to these exam piece, because there's something really wrong with the way exams are being given in this country. There's something really wrong, and we need to further have that conversation. Of course, it stopped since 2015 when everyone opted out. We're back there. So I'm very pleased with the direction we're going into. Stop spreading the rumors and the lies that these numbers are made up and Buffalo would not have achieved this and blah, blah, that. And we can get down to basics. If you don't have anything good to say in 2020, keep your mouth shut. That's the best advice I can give you. If you don't have anything good to say about Buffalo Public Schools, you need to keep your mouth shut, because either you're part of the solution or you're the problem. And you cannot take credit for everything that we have done in this district. Enough to have had people who had like minds to work with you, but you cannot take ownership of everything that we have done in this district. Not true. And I have the data because I've been cleaning out my files to show from 2011 to now what Buffalo Public Schools has been able to accomplish. Soapboxes and get some new, get a new attitude. This is 2021 and a new day. We're refreshed that we have a new leadership in the White House. So we are moving forward. So we are moving forward. Very pleased for anyone who wants to have further discussions about this, move it into our committees so that we can move forward. And our children, they receive enough damnation in life to continue to have it from members of our own community. Shame on you. Find something positive to say, if nothing else. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
Truth.
Next.
Truth.
Well, 21. I'm not going to necessarily be politically correct, because if we can get this moved, I might be able to really enjoy my retirement.
There you go.
So, Dr. Cash, are you through sharing this information with us? Do you have anything else you want to share?
No, I told Toya to send those slides to you right now.
So much. Okay. So with that said, we need to move forward. Mr. Scott, you have some unfinished business we have to address.
Yeah, I just want a motion to officially excuse Board Member Hope J from our meeting tonight.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. So done. Thank you. All right, next, I need a motion to accept the minutes from the previous meeting. May I have a motion, please?
I'll move.
Have a second? Okay, first Lou, second I saw Jen. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all right. Next thing up is our committee meetings. We have our board representative. I hope she's still here. Board Member Walker, are you still here? Or did we go a little longer? Oh, so glad you're here. Okay, Happy New Year to you, young lady. The last time we left off with you, you had some concerns. Have those concerns been addressed for you by staff?
Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
Are you satisfied with how they were handled?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. You have the floor right now for your committee report.
Okay, so during the Inter-High Council meeting, they came up with the question of the pros and cons of virtual learning. I would just want to read you a few of the things some of the students came up with. One of the pros were, by staying home, I could utilize my lunch breaks and as helping my mom in the house. Another one was you can mute your microphone and wait for your turn. Another one was being able to work at my own pace. And some of the cons were being motivated, more procrastination, technology difficulties, not having a quiet space at home to work, being distracted, internet issues, stress, distractions, attendance and distractions. A lot of them is being distracted and internet problems.
So are you hearing this internet problem often? I've heard it quite a bit. Been any problems yourself? Are you experiencing that yourself?
Myself, I run off my own internet, so yeah, it is a little bit hard. Sometimes you just gotta refresh the page, or sometimes Schoology is down altogether, and usually when Schoology is down, you'll get a text from your teacher, or somebody will reach out to you and let you know, well, this is what you're going to do today, but Schoology is down or Teams is down, or they always have like another plan in set.
Okay, so what are your feelings about returning back to school? You are a student representative.
My feelings is when we return back to school, unfortunately, I will not be returning due to medical issues, but I did fill out the survey, and I will be, when I'm feeling better, I'll be going back to school. And I think that it's a great step, especially for seniors and younger folks, to get that experience that they need. Like, this is my last experience of going to school, so it's great to know that I can enjoy it and I can get the help that I need, or like now, you know, with that college applications and stuff, I'm just excited that I can get the help that I need, like face to face, and be able to fill out all the requirements for my applications.
Very good. Is there anything that the board can do to help you more successful this year?
Right off the top of my head, I don't think so. Right now, I am looking for numerous letters of recommendation. So if anybody can write me a recommendation, I would highly appreciate it.
You reach out to the board members and send us an email, I think, and tell us what you need. I think you can get some letters of recommendation. Okay. Now, in regards to the
that's a smart, Sharon, that's a smart young lady, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was
she
gonna
got it
say
going
that.
on.
Get yours, Liv. Get yours.
All you do is send us an email telling us what we need to do.
You get a good reference from us, that's better than money.
Now, so the other thing that I want to have your, we're gonna do it. The other thing that I have, I want to ask you while I have your ear, is in regards to the Inter-High Council. Okay, have you guys set any goals this year? Have you had that conversation, goal setting, or things that you want to do, or you want to? Normally, what our board member, student board member in the past has always championed a cause. In one year, one did the homeless shelter, or 1 year, one did voting. So you might want to think about having that conversation in this COVID environment. What can we champion? Or what you guys can champion and what we can support. The other thing I'd like to encourage you to do is to organize a meeting with the students of the district, Inter-High, but maybe across the board, to have a conversation with the board as well as the superintendent and staff. I think that's something that we can do in this environment. Okay, so that was an idea that I have. If they like it, then let them agree to it and let's pull it together. Okay, and then we'll talk about what the purpose of that meeting would be. What would be your goal, and what legacy footprint do you want to leave? Student representative for the Board of Education. Okay.
Okay, I'll talk to Nicole Bison for the next agenda.
And you are welcome to and we'll have you are welcome to come to committee if you have issues that you and we can forward them into committee if you have issues that you want to see us address. Oh, you see what I'm saying? So you may have an idea, we can forward it to one of our committee chairs and we can bring students in and do it that way as well. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, are you through with your report?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Okay. Do we have any volunteers or what? Who wants to go next? Have we had any? Yeah, we've had a committee report. Paulette Woods, thing for finance and ops.
While I was in Hawaii with their 0.0001 COVID, we had a meeting, the ad hoc committee had a meeting with the Big Island. The ad hoc committee had a meeting with the controller, the Buffalo administrative staff, our chair, Lou, gave everybody a report. He sent it to tell you the good news that Jeff Pritchard was on the meeting, and he pointed out, the controller and their staff, that we are only getting revenue, interest earnings on 25% of our revenues that they're holding. So there was an agreement that was made. It's on 49 million, but what they are holding for us and utilizing is 200 million. And that kind of surprised the controller, and they're looking at hasn't this old agreement been revised so that we can get more and more equitable return on more of a greater percentage of our revenue. So that was a good result. Thank you to our CFO for pointing out also that was an audit finding. So we are backed by our auditors that we should be earning interest. So I believe we're moving forward on getting increased revenues. So I'm really, really happy with that. The other thing is, if in the package today you notice that they're asking for a position to review our revenues, to increase that in a revenue enhancement position to make sure that we file all of our attendance, all of our claims for all of our students. So revenue enhancement is going forward. We weren't able to get to one of the other big issues of additional revenue, which is from the traffic, the slow 15-mile-an-hour zones around the school. So that will be following up. And I think Lou sent a very excellent report to everyone to let them know that we are moving forward.
Okay.
Jeff is going to be giving us a report on actual expenses for the year. We should see some significant savings. And then he'll also have to say of what the governor's budget is. But since we have a new sheriff in town, a new leadership, a new management in Washington, I think our progress, our prognosis is looking a little bit brighter. That's my report.
Lou Petrucci was very instrumental in putting that together. Lou, can you piggyback off of that with that ad hoc, and can you do your report at this point? Because I think those two go together.
Thank you, Sharon.
What's the next step? Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, I can. So just want to make mention that my wife wore Converse today and my daughter wore pearls in celebration of our new vice president. So, but no, going forward, I just wanted to, wow, everyone does great.
Yeah, possessed.
But no, to kind of to build upon Paulette's comments, we did have a meeting with the Revenue Ad Hoc Committee, met with the Budget Commissioner from the City of Buffalo, Jeff Pritchard, Comptroller Barbara Miller-Williams, and 2 representatives. It was a very good meeting. It happened on the 16th, so we cut it a little short because of things that were happening. But I tried to give a summation to all the board members of the various things that we did. One of the things that they provided to us was a kind of a synopsis of the City of Buffalo supports in addition to the dollars that they gave us. So they just wanted to present a full picture as to some of the other things that they give us in terms of services and in-kind support and positions as well. We were unable to, I know that Mr. Hurd had reached out to me about revenues and the school zone cameras. We have we've agreed to come to have a second meeting. I need some dates from Jen and Paulette and Sharon, but Delano has reached out to me and wants us to kind of do this follow-up subsequent meeting. It was good. It was very good, because a lot of what was happening was because a lot of the communication that happened previously had stopped. A lot of the agreements, understandings, and things that we were working on were from documents that were more than a decade old. So I give Comptroller Barbara Miller-Williams a lot of credit in that she said, it's time for us to talk and to revisit and to kind of update some of these things with respect to reporting out and operations and relations between the board and the district. Budget Director Astridge was also very good. She provided us a ton of information She was very supportive, and she just kind of wanted to present the whole picture. And a lot of it had to do with budget and timing and payments and when they come in, et cetera. But I tried to put some of that into the email for you. But we are going to continue this. This was very effective. I think there's some good work that was done, but some more work needs to be done. On a similar note, I just want to let everyone know that I was Will Apollo from the Big Five has renominated me to the Resolutions Committee once again to represent the Big Five at the New York State School Boards Association. So hopefully this year, Larry will submit earlier. We'll be able to get this done, so I don't have to sit around for 5 hours on a Saturday morning, and then I'm ending the meeting before we had time to present. But but what it allows us to do is, I'm proud to represent the Big Five in the to represent, because the Resolution Committee is the one that brings together or brings forth the topics that they lobby for at the state level, and it addresses concerns of all the districts. But for us particularly, it allows us as member of Big Five, and for Buffalo in particular, to be heard on what our areas and concerns are and what they need to do in Albany to kind of better support us. So it's been a long night, but I'll just mention those two things right now. Thank you, President Cotman.
Thank you. Mr. Hurd, your hand is up.
Yes, President Cotman, Belen Cotman. I was just wanting to know, I can just quickly go over the reopening update. That's the first of the three committees.
Sure.
Okay. Educational Support Committee was involved with the reopening update, which was January 13th, 2021, which Dr. Cash off talking about the facts of COVID and the COVID rates today in Western New York. We also had other administrative staff members come on after Dr. Cash, Ann Benicelli, who spoke on remote instruction and how it been achieved throughout the pandemic. Also, we talked about the cohort with remote learning and in-person learning, and how it would be disseminated between our student group as we return to school, and our prospective date of February 1st. And we also, under Ann Botticelli, talked about asynchronous learning and synchronous learning opportunities. We also went to Myra Burton, which talked about connectivity with the internet and how they addressed the issues that our district was facing earlier in the year. We also had Jim Weimer talk about sanitizing our buildings and hand washing with our students, and cleaning disinfectant, and also went into protective equipment, PPE equipment, and coverings, how they'll be addressed within our schools and our districts. Cheryl Kennedy talked about transportation and how our kids will be utilizing buses, NFTA buses, and also our school buses. And Dr. Chandra Williams addressed more of the nurses' issues that be going into the school, what our requirements would be as a district, and our test kits that'll be distributed among our kids, and how they'll be used, and what percentage of our children that'll be tested, which was 20% of our children monthly. We also had, she's also talked about vaccinations and how they're going to be distributed with the schools, and see if when we received a lot of calls and emails from teachers that want vaccinations before they return back into the building, and how we can address those issues. So that's something that's ongoing with the district, and we continue to work to address those issues. Jamie Warden talked about the public schools and the accomplishments and employees. She spoke about our employees and how we're going to be able to address these issues with the employees and their concerns also. So, and then last we have Elena came and talked about communication, about newsletters, reaching out to our families and our community, and how we can reach out to our community, talk about the things that we've done to address our issues and returning back to school. If anybody else have any input into any of those subjects, please feel welcome to interact. Another thing that I was able to visit was the ESASB, Erie County Association of School Boards meetings about the financials throughout the district. and I was happy to go on with Dr. Fatima Morel with her presentation for Student Perspective Voice and Disproportionality sessions on January 12th and 13th. She had a lot of input from community and involvement from parents and children. And my son actually was one of the panelists that spoke throughout the state of New York and talked about issues with COVID and remote learning and other young men and women here that's in the Buffalo Public School System address other issues that they face and some what their friends face and families throughout this COVID, and what can we do as a district, and what can they do to help improve education and reaching out to the adults in this pandemic. That concludes my report. But
Thank you.
On to the report, please do.
Very complete. Thank you. And Dr. Brown on student achievement.
Primarily, Terrence covered the student achievement. That whole student achievement section was covered. The reopening information that you heard from his report.
Thank you. Are there any other reports? Anne, do you have anything to share with us on CPAC?
Yes, I do. I actually have something to share with CPAC about CPAC and to elaborate on the report that Ms. Walker gave us about Inter-High Council. I was privileged to be able to attend that and get some sense of how students are feeling about virtual learning. She covered most everything that was there, but one of the things that they emphasized that I'd also like to highlight is that virtual learning did allow them some flexibility to balance work and life and school, and it also allowed them more access to their teachers. What's interesting to me about this is I attended a Say Yes focus group for their near peer mentor program for BPS students last Saturday, and a lot of the similar things were reiterated in that group, with the addition of students having concerns about pacing and working through feeling overwhelmed with their work, which I think is a common thing for a lot of students. But I'm very pleased to report that our students are staying as engaged as they can. They had really insightful, strong things to say about their experience through virtual learning. And it was a pleasure to be able to listen to them and to hear what they had to say. And I look forward to any opportunity I can have to do that kind of work with them again. That said, I'm going to turn to CPAC. CPAC did have another very successful meeting. They do have a few concerns that they would like the board to be aware of, as well as an announcement. So within special education, CPAC is very pleased to see that the special education department is working on a active student voice and including that as a part of the process, of the special education process, as well as expanding CTE out to 611 classrooms and 811 classrooms. There is some concern about related services and how students are going to access occupational and physical therapy as we go through reopening, although we've been reassured by Ms. Holscher that they will have access. So all students will have access, and it will be virtual students will continue to receive virtual services, and in-person students will continue to receive in-person services. CPAC is very interested and very pleased to see that their students and their families are being considered for reopening. And they're interested in seeing some more regarding FAQs, plans, and other family supports. They're particularly interested in the code of conduct and how masking will be handled for students who may have behavioral concerns. So they were pleased to hear that the code of conduct deals with that, so that there won't be severe punishments for students who have trouble wearing a mask because of sensory and health issues. And they would like to hear some more information as we move forward towards reopening. And I believe that that was in planning. The last thing for CPAC, and I just need to open it up, is that they will be holding a transition conference. And this transition conference, I have to say, transition is a really big thing for students with disabilities. As our students move out of school services and into the adult world, it can be a very big step. So Parent Network is holding a What's Next conference, transition through the years virtual mini conference in conjunction with CPAC on Saturday, January 30th, 9 to 11:30 a.m. And it's talking about all of those transitions throughout the special education process. So birth to 5, 6 to 12, 13 and older, and out towards adulthood as well.
Good. Thank you. Are there any other things that the board members would like to share in regards to committee things? Just briefly like to tell the board some of the things I've been working with. I'm sorry, Jennifer Makuzi, would you like to go ahead?
I just wanted to report out the Teacher Policy Board did not meet this month because there wasn't really anything new to bring to the table, but they did express some concern, which I shared with Dr. Brown, and I'm going to be, for folks listening, I'll be reporting back to the email that I received addressing the concerns that I heard. There's nothing to report until next month.
Thank you very much. Okay, so just briefly, I attended several meetings that are going on in the district. The wellness sponsored by Sue Baldwin, the Whole Child Health Initiative. I also attended the Mental Health Committee hosted by Kim DeGeorge. On Fridays, I am on a meeting with the Council of Great City Schools. It is for board presidents for throughout the country. It's a very informative meeting. Represented the board at the Hamlin Park Taxpayers Association meeting. On the Say Yes Operating Committee meeting, we will be meeting tomorrow morning at 8:30. Also, I just wanted to share and thank everyone who participated in the McKinney-Vento fundraiser that they had. The children were able to receive some gifts and had a great time. This is every year that McKinney-Vento does this. It seems to get bigger and bigger. And so hopefully next year will be bigger. And those are just some of the, and in addition to that, I'm working on a STEM initiative for the district. And we'll be talking more about that through committees. But that's it. I just want to, oftentimes, I don't often tell what I'm doing because of the time factor. And it's late now, so I want to keep us moving forward. If all minds are clear on that. Paulette, your hand is still up. I'm not sure. So if you want to take it down. Okay, so with that said, need a motion to accept the consent agenda. I see Larry, I saw Paulette. All in favor? Guys in favor? Any opposed? Okay. I'm not sure the exception list, but I do have certain items. Does anyone have anything before item 9? So is it possible, because 9B, Paulette Woods has a question about 9B. I have a question about 9C that I think it needs to go into executive session to answer our questions, but maybe not, but I think we should. Paulette, what is your question for 9B?
On 9C, there is a category called emergency hirings, which allows emergency temporary appointments per Section 8 of New York State CRR, Section 8.5.4. 10 positions that are listed that people are being appointed using this emergency temporary appointment category. My understanding, I asked Dr. Brown for some clarification on it, but my understanding is that New York State is allowing the shortage in teachers in a lot of categories, or we don't have science teachers, special ed teachers, etc. That they're waiving some of the requirements and allowing emergency temporary appointments.
Can I stop you
So
right there?
I wanted to ask about that.
Yeah, and I want to, because I don't
It's
want
9B. Please make the record clear. It's 9B, not 9C. Thank you.
And it's actually 9A under the instructional.
Under A?
Right. So Jamie Warren is prepared to answer, but I just want to correct what Ms. Woods is asking because I want to make sure people, I'm sorry, Mrs. Cotman is right. It is 9B. I do apologize, Mrs. Cotman. What I want to make sure people understand is that New York is not waiving certification requirements, Mrs. Woods. Jamie Warren can let you know what the emergency temporary appointments are.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for the question.
I didn't say they were waiving the certification. I said they're waiving some requirements. It appears something about 6 hours. You only need 6 hours of classwork. That's why I was asking because in the push to attempt to get a more diverse workforce, if there's an opportunity for us to recruit more people during a time when they are doing an emergency temporary appointment, that I just wanted to share that, find out more about the information and share it with the community in an effort of transparency and in recruitment. That's all I'm trying to do.
Oh, no, I understand. What I don't want to have happen is the public to hear what you say and then think it's correct, because what you just stated right there about them waiving requirements is incorrect also. So let Jamie get a chance to explain so that people are aware and they get the correct information. Thank you.
I just want the information to be disseminated so that people are aware of this opportunity. That's all.
Please allow Jamie to do that. Please let Jamie do it.
Can you hear me, Dr. Brown?
Yes, we can, Jamie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, board members, and thank you for your question, Board Member Woods. As a large dynamic district, we are constantly hiring in order to fill positions, but also to cover leaves of absence of our teachers. And on the board changes, we have 4 different hiring status for hiring teachers. The first is probationary, and these are teachers who are hired to fill vacant positions, and they hold the requisite certification and are therefore hired on the path to obtaining tenure. We have temporary teachers, and temporary teachers are certified teachers filling a position where a tenured or probationary teacher has taken an approved leave for a semester or for a year. These teachers are certified in the area they are hired in, but they're not eligible for tenure, and their assignment ends at the return of the teacher they are covering for or at the end of the year. We have permanent teachers and temporary assignments, and these are teachers who are recommended for appointment to cover shortage area positions or lead teacher positions for someone who is on a leave of absence for a semester or a full year. The perm and appointed temp assignment, teachers return to their original position upon the return of the teacher who was on leave. And then the last group, the one that you're asking about this evening, Board Member Woods, are emergency temps. And these are teachers who are certified as a teacher, but they may not hold the certification of the area we're hiring them for. They have to agree to pursue coursework in the area we hire them in, and they receive a lot of support from our curriculum and instruction directors to deliver content. Their assignment ends upon the return of a teacher or at the end of the year. So anyone who's not certified, we hire them as substitutes. So in the emergency temp, you will see a lot of diversity because that's the area where if someone at least holds a cert and agrees to pursue training in an area they may not be certified in, we can hire them on a temporary basis. It really has to be clear that that emergency temp status, because we still are continuously recruiting, but having a certified teacher, at least in a particular area, is more advantageous to us than hiring a sub. So the emergency temp, they're certified in something, and but we're asking them to commit to supporting that content area by doing further coursework as they're pursuing it, and they often get a lot of help from our subject area directors.
Okay. So is there anything that COVID relief bill or whatever has afforded any other opportunities for people to be educated? Educators, I'm sorry.
At this time, unfortunately, the state is taking a long time to issue certs, to take exams. So if you've completed all of your coursework, you can apply for something called an emergency COVID certificate. And
Okay.
that certificate means you've completed all your coursework, but the state is delayed in issuing the testing. So they issue a 1-year certificate to those people.
Okay, so Board Member Woods, maybe you can have this conversation, an additional conversation, because from what you were saying, it sounds like this is different than something different than what was shared by our human resource director.
The emergency COVID certificate is interesting information to give the community opportunities for people who are interested in teaching and want to get into Buffalo schools. Any extra information that we can give them, I want to pursue and put out there.
They have to have completed
follow
a
up.
teacher program. They have to have completed a teacher certification program. So it's not just anyone can apply for it. You have to have completed going to school to be a teacher, and you're just waiting to take the exams through the state. So anyone who's in an education program knows about it because their schools tell them about this cert. So it's not their fault that the state is delayed due to the pandemic.
Okay, so the only other track that was not mentioned is the CTE track, where teachers can be go through that track, right? Another avenue for that.
Yes, Mr. Harris is brilliant at finding people who have background in different CTE areas and have at least an associate's degree, and he supports them going back to school and applying for something called a Transition B, which means suppose you're a barber or you're a mechanic or you are a bricklayer. If you have the requisite background and training, and he can support a pathway for you. But it's a temporary certificate that they can get that for 2 years while they're going to school to be a teacher. They still have to go to school to be a teacher. But yes, Mr. Harris is brilliant at finding talent and supporting them on a path.
Okay, good. All right. Okay, is that good? Thank you, Jamie Bourne. We appreciate that. Is that okay now? You're fine, board member?
Yes.
I have a question on 9C that I would like to talk and receive get some clarity on. I don't think it's an issue that I need to bring up. I don't think I can bring this issue up in at the table. It has to go in executive session. That's what I've been advised.
Well, I don't know if we've talked about that. What's it about, Ms. Common?
9C, if I think we did talk about it. I told you I wanted to take it into, and you told me, okay, so let me go back to 9C. 9C is the administrative board changes.
Correct.
No, maybe not. Okay, yeah, 9C. No, it's not 9C. I wanted to talk about was a job posting in executive session. I'm sorry.
We have talked
I'm
about
sorry.
that. And
Yeah.
I'm prepared to do that. That'll be part of our executive session.
My question on 9C was the conversation that I had in regards to my concern about the resume. Was any adjustments made to that resume at all? Darren.
I know that Superintendent Warren was having that person actually submit the updated resume with the dates that you requested.
I don't see it's out yet. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving forward, I don't have a sheet, so if I pass you, if I go higher than your number, please let me know. I have 17A for Terrence Hurd and 18A for Jennifer Mukuzi.
17A was answered by Dr. Darren Brown. It was more about the name of a contract, and it was explained to me that the contract was actually the person who placed the bid or submitted for the bid that received the award actually got an LLC now, so that that refers to the name change in the contract.
Correct.
Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Jennifer, can you hold one moment? I think I skipped over 11C. I'm sorry. 11C, Paulette.
Yes, 11C is the contract where Say Yes is asking for $1 million more for the excellent program that is supporting our students who are online and having difficulties, and they need to come in and get personal in face-to-face instruction. But my question, I raised it at the last at the work session. My question is that program only covers K-8. And my question was, what about done to support online learning for grades 9 to 12? And with bringing the students back to school, which is admirable, I'm glad we're doing it. We're not bringing back but 10% of the student body. So the question is still remains, what about the 9, 10, 11, and 12th graders who need support for online learning? Can Say Yes come up with some kind of program for that, for them also?
Thank you,
Or
Ms.
can
Woods.
we come up with something for that?
This is Will. Ms. Woods, thank you for that question. After the last meeting, and you brought this good question to us, I did inquire with some of our colleagues in the partnership that we have with Erie County and Say Yes and with the Child Care Task Force. And when we began surveying our parents back last March, and then we combined our findings with all of the partners, there just wasn't enough interest among parents of high school students for this type of service. So, and we have found this as we've kind of checked the field periodically, month after month, to see what are we hearing about what's needed out there. The overwhelming need that was expressed was by parents of elementary students, and that has continued to be the case. So we have needed to prioritize the limited dollars we have to meet that need. The problem that we have is that there's no evidence that the providers who operate our virtual learning centers could actually make a go of it, offering the service for high school students. So I think I'll keep inquiring and we'll keep looking, to see if there are any providers who are interested in that, but right now there aren't any who could make a go of it with the express need from that part of the market.
Can you check with Reverend Donaldson? I believe he has a proposal specifically for addressing that area.
No, the way it works is we have to hear from parents that this is a need that they have. And then the providers have to be vetted and approved through the process that we have with Erie County. And then Say Yes is our designee. Say Yes isn't actually operating all of the centers. They're managing all of them and they're coordinating all of them. And then they're making sure that all of the different providers are paid. But like I said, there's just been no evidence that high school parents would take advantage of this opportunity in enough numbers to make it worthwhile for providers.
All right, so we can talk.
If I can speak to you about that, it doesn't have to be at this meeting because, as I said, the reason for my concern was children and parents who've expressed desperation, suicidal ideations because they can't get this service. I don't questions about things that people haven't brought to me. So even one child not committing suicide because they have no answer is important to me, but it's broader than that. So I'll get back with you on that.
Right. Let's talk tomorrow, and then I'll make sure that we're able to address any of those needs that you've come across.
Dr. Caresses. I'm sorry, Board Member Mokosi, number 18A, you had a question on.
Well, I had also presented this question to Dr. Darren Brown Hall, and it was more along the lines of a compliment comment, was where I see that this is some new interesting technology. It's going to streamline some systems and really kind of take us a little further out of the dark ages. So I appreciate how we're going to move some things forward. I'm just very curious because it does, tout saving lots of money and that it's going to be so much more effective. I just would like to see how, what the data points are and how you're tracking it, and maybe having, maybe an update more so than we would normally get. I'd love to see when you see any developments, to be updated to the board, because it just seems like it's not the most amount of money we've spent, but if we're going to, move forward in technology, we can start using this as a platform to really start pushing for and being able to help the Board of Education able to help resource the district in getting new and more inventive technology to streamline process. So I just want to say I appreciate that we've made this effort, that you're doing it, and I'm, not only curious, I'm excited to see how it works out in the future, and just update us as it comes. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. McCosey.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Cash, for the sake of time, can we do 13A? Can we have this conversation? Nate, is it okay to have this conversation about the resolution now so that when we move forward, we can vote on a complete package? Have to pull it out at this point.
I would rather pull it out and vote on it. So I certainly want to discuss it, or have, if you want to discuss it, but I do want to take a roll call vote on it.
Be a roll call vote done on it. So if you want to go ahead and discuss it, we can just say, for the sake of time, we can at one time.
You'll discuss it. The board will agree to pull that out. You can discuss it now, and we'll vote on the consent agenda, and then we'll vote on the resolution.
What I'm saying is, can we vote on the if he can discuss the resolution now, and we vote all in one on everything?
I'm fine with that as well. It's part of the consent
Board
agenda.
members,
Please, I would prefer you vote one by one on the resolution. I want to know that we're either all together on this or we're not. I need to know that. That's very important.
Happen in a consent vote. If somebody does not agree on it, they will abstain from it, or they will take exception to it. Same thing. It's the same process.
It's for the record. It's for the public. It's a big deal.
So, do you want to discuss it now so we can move forward? 13A is being pulled up. It's a resolution from the superintendent about reopening of schools. Did you have someone that you wanted to read that resolution, Dr. Cash?
Do we need to vote to pull it out of order?
We have to vote to pull it out of order. What I'm doing at 9 o'clock at night is trying to have the discussion as we're having on any of the things that are sitting here.
Yeah,
in my opinion, we can go ahead and just read the resolution and go ahead and get our board members to vote on it. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, and that'll be a good way to do it, because you can pull it up now, read it into the record, you can discuss it, and then vote on it as part of the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Because I think that meets Dr. Cash's interest of addressing this important issue and your interest of being efficient.
Thank you. So, Dr. Cash, do you have someone who's going to read this?
Nate, go ahead and read it.
Hey, this is can everybody hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a resolution proposed by Superintendent Dr. Kreiner Cash, dated January the 20th, 2021, titled The Reopening of School. Whereas, as a result of the significant public health and safety threat caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, Superintendent Dr. Kreiner Cash recommended, and the Buffalo Board of Education approved, the virtual instruction of all of the students of the Buffalo City School District to commence the 2021 school year. And whereas to date, the district has continued to provide instruction to all students virtually throughout the 2021 school year because the COVID-19 virus has continued to impact the health and safety of people globally, nationally, and locally. And whereas, as a result of this decision, the COVID-19 infection rate of students and staff of the district is the lowest in the region. And whereas at the board meeting on December the 16th, 2020, the superintendent informed the board and district that staff will continue to plan and prepare to bring certain school-based high-need student populations and pre-K through second grade students and seniors back to physical school locations effective February 1st, 2021. And whereas under the direction of the superintendent, the district is continuously working to plan and prepare for the return of these students in a manner that is as safe and practicable as possible in the context of the COVID-19 virus that continues to impact the region. And whereas the superintendent and staff presented a thorough and detailed description of the plan at the board work session on January 13, 2021, and whereas Dr. Dennis Quo, BPS's medical director of the division chief of general pediatrics and interim division chief of developmental pediatrics and rehabilitation at UBMD Pediatrics and the University at Buffalo, has given assurances to the district based on science and local COVID-19 data trends that it is generally safe to reintroduce students and staff back into the physical school environment, and therefore be it resolved that the board authorizes the superintendent to execute that plan by returning the aforementioned student populations to physical school buildings effective February 1st, 2021, and be it further resolved that the board authorizes the superintendent to return additional student populations to physical school locations to the extent that he, in conjunction with medical professionals and staff, determine it is safe and operationally possible to do so, and be it further resolved that the board authorizes the superintendent at any time to close either one, multiple, or all schools and return the students and staff at those schools to virtual instruction if he, in consultation with medical professionals and officials, determine it to be in the best interests of the safety and well-being of the students and staff to do so.
Okay, so that's the resolution. Dr. Cash, what did you want to say about it? Is there anything else you want to say?
Just that I brought Dr. Quo in this evening to talk with you. I wanted it to be on the record that we were in this together and that we will continue to be in this together, and that I will keep you very closely informed about this issue because I see it as a fluid issue. And I do just want to say for the record that we are bringing in close to max potential in terms of people in this phase one, when you talk about the conditions and criteria that Dr. Quo mentioned tonight, where the best way to contain the spread in school is to stay safely distanced and wear masks and so forth. And the safely distanced issue is a challenge for us. We will be close to the max on our individual school footprints with the requirements, with the populations that we're bringing in. We'll know more once we see that first day and first week, because not everybody that was invited to come back will come back. But I just want you to know this is not necessarily, we'll know more after we start, that 2 weeks after that, we'll bring in grades 3 and 4. 2 weeks after that, we'll bring in 5, 6, 7, and 8. 2 weeks after that, we'll bring in all the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders, so forth and so on. This is going to be an extraordinary challenge, and I can't make any predictions beyond phase one at this point.
Thank you. Any board members with any comments or concerns? I have one then. How will the board be informed?
About what?
As far as if you decide to close a school, the last 2 paragraphs, how would the board be informed in regards to that?
If I make any decisions about closure or anything, it'll be just like Eleanor reports on a daily basis of anything happening with the schools. We'll let you know through Eleanor.
Okay,
and
so on
behalf of Superintendent Cash, the following schools were closed, the following classrooms were shut down for 2 days, for 3 days, so forth and so on.
All right,
any decision I make about closure, I'll let you know right away.
Okay. All right, we'll talk more about that. Larry Scott, hand was up. I think Terrence Hurd was, then
First.
I think others were first.
Sorry, who was first, Cassie? I'm sorry.
I was. I guess this is just a question or to reiterate what we talked about in the past. So we're talking about opening all 60 school buildings, 100 students per school, plus seniors, plus all staff. Correct?
Up to 100. It may be as many as 65. It may be as many as 30, depending on who comes from that invited number of high need students. And then for pre-K through grade 8 schools, all pre-K through grade 2 students have been invited to come back. Doesn't mean they'll all come back, but they've been invited to come back, all of them. And then in the high school, in addition to the high need students, which could spread across 9 through 12, depending on how that high school identified those students. But all of the seniors will be invited to come back on a flexible schedule based on their needs, some of what you heard tonight. So I'm very pleased with how individual high schools are reaching out and saying that they can meet with students, they want to meet with students, but it's a flexible kind of a thing, not that they have to come in every day, because some of them have to work, as we've indicated. So that's the population that we've invited back, plus all staff.
Thank you for that clarity. That was important.
Okay.
Larry or Terrence next? Who's next?
Go ahead, Terrence.
Okay, I'll go. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Couple of questions. I believe in that last paragraph, it should state that if it's designated an emergency COVID-19 outbreak somewhere in there, that medical professionals and officials, that it would be closed. Somewhere in there, I believe it should say designated emergency COVID-19 outbreak at that school, if it's a classroom or the whole building. And also, I need to see something in there about parents being notified. If the school is closed during the school day, I believe it should be something about parents being notified also about the children being sent home for any possible reason. And
that's getting down into the management details. And once you start getting into that, Terrence, there's 100 more behind that question. So this is just a general resolution to give me the direction to then go do what is necessary.
I mean, I'm reading through it now, and also before the closure or after, when would the board be notified? Before you make a recommendation to close the school, or during the process, or after the school is closed? Those are my three concerns: the parents, the time of the closure, and it should be designated as a COVID-19 outbreak before the decision is made. But it should be.
Well, do you want to be involved in the decision? I mean, I'm going to make the decision, and then I'm going to inform you.
Let's
read about it in the newspaper first.
What's that about the newspaper?
I read about it in the newspaper first.
You read it wherever you read it. You know? I don't know if you
Dr.
read all that I
Cash.
send you.
Dr. Cash.
I always let you know first. Whether you read it right away, that's up to you.
Dr. Cash, let's make sure that we remain civil and in regards to this issue, this is a sore spot for the board, and we will. It's been noted that
for the board,
making sure that they're informed about things before it hits the news, and it's very possible that if a school we at 11 o'clock, it's very possible that it might be on the news by noon.
It might be on the news
we'll have
because
to see
staff may leak stuff to the news. I don't know. I can't
Saying
control
that.
that.
So when the decision is made, I think we need to talk more about that. Mr. Scott, you're up next.
Let's talk about it.
So I just want to add that, this is not an easy decision for any of us. Might be one of the toughest decisions we have to make as a board, at least for me as a board in the time that I've been on this board. I think Dr. Kuo explained quite well the data and science behind reopening and how to do it safely. I just want to add a couple other data points that right now, Western New York, our region is the 4th lowest positivity rate out of the 10 regions in New York State. And within Western New York, Erie County is the lowest for positivity rate. Today was 4.5% for a 7-day average of 5.5%. I think with Dr. Cash's leadership since last March when this pandemic broke, we have led the way in ensuring that our students are safe, that our staff are safe, that our families are safe. I think we strategically and methodically invested in remote learning, and it's come a long way this school year. I think some of our students are thriving in that remote learning. I see it with my own boys, but I in no way believe that every one of our students is having that experience, and there's some that need to get back into in-person learning. We talked about coming back in person after the first quarter, and then the surge hit late October into November, and we realized it was not wise to do that. We then revisited just before the holiday break, and we agreed that we needed to stay full remote through the rest of December, through January, and then begin in person February 1st. And that was because of the predicted holiday surge where we were going to continue to see rates rise. Now we are seeing a decline in rates. I, right now, as an educator in another district, am living this hybrid model. I'm experiencing it firsthand. I've been in school buildings since September with all of my colleagues. Students began in the secondary level after the holiday break. I was nervous. I had apprehensions. I thought it was going to be a disaster, especially at the peak of the surge when we were coming back. And I've been convinced that if there's clear policies, mask wearing, distance, staying distant, and far fewer bodies in the building, that you can reduce the risk considerably with those clear policies, and as well as community transmission rates that are lower and under control. If they start to rage again, you're going to start to see increase of cases in schools that are going to become alarming. And just, having students in the building, even though they're there with those restrictions, there is just no replacement to having those kids in the building and having that human connection in person, seeing them socialize with each other. There's just no replacement to that. The hybrid implementation is very challenging. It is not easy. I have done social emotional lessons simultaneously with in-person students and students that are remote. It's a challenge. It's not easy, but it can be done. And I empathize and commend our teaching staff that are going to have to face this challenge of adapting again. But I think it's time for us to bring our neediest students back, our youngest students back, and our seniors. And I just want to address a few rumors that have been circulating out there. One of those is that we're making this decision based on funding and money, and I'm not quite sure where that's coming from. I have not heard anything about this decision being influenced by funding or money. We just had an update from our CFO last week in our finance and ops committee, and I didn't hear anything about funding being reduced or cut or anything anything tied to reopening schools with funding. The other thing I've seen circulating is that the district is facing a lawsuit that we're violating federal law. Again, no truth that I'm aware of to that, and that's motivating our decision to reopen. And then the last thing is political pressure I've been hearing about. We actually faced quite a bit of political pressure when we decided to stay remote all of January through to February 1st. And I and others pushed back on that because we felt that it was necessary to keep our kids and our staff and our families safe. I have not received any political pressure since then. I think it's very clear that parents from the surveys, from the parents that I've spoken to, right now, surprisingly, and different from the start of the year, there's a strong majority that favor returning their kids to the buildings. And so that is the, if there's any pressure, that's the pressure I'm listening to are those parents. And I would say I've personally received very few emails in the last few weeks against or opposed to reopening to these populations of students that we've identified. So that's where I stand. I support the resolution and how it's written, and I think it's cautious. It gives the superintendent the ability to make informed decisions with medical advice on closing classrooms, on closing schools. I would not want the language in there about an outbreak due to COVID-19 pandemic, because there may be under other reasons that the superintendent needs to close a school, such as just staff being out because there's so many staff that are infected, or so many staff that have to be quarantined, and you can't staff the building. And that might not necessarily be an outbreak within that building, but you can't feasibly and in a practical way staff the building and teach our students that are in that building. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen, Board Member Maposey.
Yes, so I also support this resolution. I do want to say, Dr. Cash, if when it comes to the communication piece, say you guys hear something at 11 o'clock in the afternoon as the example, when we get those, kind of group right on the spot communication, I think that's what we're looking for. I don't want to speak for other board members, but that's exactly what I'm looking for. And that happens through Elena. So I believe that we'll get that, as long as we keep that consistency of those up to the minute. If we hear something to this significance, before an official statement comes out, just shoot us that group text. That's the only communication I see that doesn't have to be in resolution form. That's what I'm asking for. Other than that, I trust that you and Dr. Kuo and this committee that's been put together is doing what it needs to do. I'm a parent, and I actually opted for my son to stay home and not come in with the survey. But that's my personal choice. That has nothing to do with what you're doing. I do want to commend you, as other superintendents across this, Western New York, as other teachers that I know across Western New York have actually respected you for, kind of pushing back and extending when we come back to school. And then you're not just jumping at the opportunity because of pressure or whatever it is. You're doing the right thing. So as long as the communication is there, that's, to me, I stand behind this resolution.
Okay, any other board members? So it's clear to Dr. Cash, the directive is that the board wants to be informed as soon as the decision is made. Okay, I don't want, and that's where that can be done in a general group announcement or whatever. But I do not want a scenario where it happens and then at the end of everyone is, I'm sitting here watching the news and it's on the TV, and I'm sitting here where I get calls from people telling me that this has happened, and I don't have a clue as to why it was done or what had happened. That is the situation that we're put in when information is not communicated to us as quickly as possible. And that's the request of this board. And it's consistent with what we've been talking about as far as improving communication with the board and moving forward for 2021. And so I don't think that's a big ask. I really don't. If you're aware of it, it's as simple as that. And take your hand down if you have already asked your question. I would prefer that when we are going through these discussions that people ask their questions so that we can move forward and keep it going. Mr. Hurd, your hand is up.
It is. I listened to Mr. Scott language about designated as emergency COVID outbreak. Maybe it shouldn't be outbreak because, like you said, it could be other factors that's involved into it. So maybe in that last paragraph, it should say designated as emergency 19 concern. And I still, my points are still valid. What President Cotman just reiterated, and also for parents to be notified in this resolution.
Okay, all right. So I'm going on the record. I want this as part of the record that I am in favor of moving forward with this recommendation, provided is informed immediately once the decision has been made to close a school. Immediately does not mean at the end of the day. Immediately means as soon as the principal is informed or the decision is made. That's immediate. And I want that to be in the record, because communication is paramount with this, because we will get calls and won't even be able to answer and won't even know what to say to people who are reaching out to us. That's consistent with what you've heard Dr. Evans Brown say. You've heard Jennifer McCuzy say it. And I don't know who else said it. Terrence mentioned it, and I mentioned it. That's consistent with what the board wants in regards to that. It's one thing to ask the board to make the decision to open schools. It's another thing that the board in return asks that they be informed immediately on decision making before the principal, or as soon as the principals are being notified that the board is notified. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. Does anyone at this board table feel that that's an unreasonable request of the board members?
I don't think it was ever my intent not to do that.
You know what the intent. I'm not saying it wasn't your intent. What I'm saying is that this is what we need to make sure happens. Okay. All right. So with that said, Mr. Hurd, the superintendent, is there a problem with putting anything in there relative to this COVID or not? With that or what? He's asking for a friendly amendment.
No, I'm really asking to support the language of the resolution and to trust my judgment about it. And then if you said you want the information or to get notification right away, that's what we have a process in place to do that. That's what Eleanor will do. This is of high importance. So I will treat it accordingly. And so you'll get that. And then parents are going to be notified by their principals. We already have stock letters prepared to let parents know right away. And the other, is kind of just picking at the language a little bit. So I think, Terrence, what you're talking about is gonna happen. If you wanna make a whereas paragraph, then go ahead, craft one and let's look at it. We'll review it right here tonight.
I apologize. My only concern is if a parent is at work or a parent is on their way to work or a situation may happen where they need to go pick a student up, their child up, that they should be notified. Maybe we do a great job of notifying parents through calls. I believe a personal call should be given to those individual parents.
We got all that in place. That's all part of the question and answers that we've been taking for months now. Those were questions asked by the principal and teachers. Who's going to pick up the kid? If the kid tests positive, he goes into the isolation room. We call the parent right away, but sometimes the parent doesn't respond right away. Parent might be working, or the parent might not have an updated cell phone. So we'll wait a little bit of time, and then ultimately we call 911 if we can't get that student transported, because the student needs to go as soon as possible. So we have a protocol that Dr. Williams has laid out for notifying parents if their child tests positive or if their child is feeling sick at school. Very clear protocol laid out.
Okay, so I need some clarity here.
We're going to do that, Terrence. I can assure you.
I need some clarity here, because the last conversation I had about 911 being called, clear that an adult had to go with that child. And so we never got clarity back on that as to what was after talking to the emergency response people. Did anything ever come back in regards to that, Darren? They're saying
Darren,
that
isn't
children
that one of
cannot
the
ride
questions that we
in an
answered on
ambulance without an adult.
our Q&A?
Right, and we did answer that, and we told the schools to follow their regular procedure. So we're going to follow our regular procedure because we don't send a student out of the building without an adult with them.
All right, just making sure of that because that's huge. Look at this resolution. It talks about COVID all the way up all the way through it, but when we get down to the bottom, it doesn't mention it. So I can understand the concern. I just want to make sure that as much communication can happen to all parties as possible, because for the even if that means that once a month, staff is required to ask students parents' phone number changed, because the last ride took, I'm aware of, cost $1,100 to go less than a quarter of a mile to a hospital in an ambulance. And our parents and our families don't necessarily have money. The other thing I want to be clear about, when we talk about Buffalo Public Schools, we are unique to Buffalo Public Schools. There is no one around here, none of our suburban districts, other than as close to Rochester, who deals with the same issues, larger scale that we deal with. It's easy to say that that this is going on fine and over here. It doesn't necessarily guarantee that it will be the same in our environment. There are a lot of social economical issues that exist in Buffalo that do not exist in our suburban districts. And I want to be clear, because over the years, we've had Regent Bob Bennett come here, compare us to Amherst, different things. What people are saying to me is that they wanted to be clear that Buffalo is unique in handling these situations, and we cannot be brush painted as because it's happening in the suburbs, that it can automatically happen here. Many of those children are transported to school by their parents. They have different issues and different concerns that we have, but nevertheless, our children are high need, and we have to address that. And I want us to be very careful when we paint a picture that because it's happening in the suburb, that it can happen in the city the same way. I believe that the superintendent and staff have put together their ideas and their plans to make sure this works. I'm not discounting that. However, I do not want Buffalo ever painted with the same brush as any other school district around here, because we are unique, and we have, I think, upwards of 33,000 students that we juggle on any given day. Okay, so let's be clear when we start talking about
Poverty.
districts. Thank you.
High poverty as well.
High poverty as well. Thank you. All right, so with all minds are settled, then we're ready to move forward with our vote. Nate, are you ready to poll the board, please?
Yeah, there's no other questions on the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Okay. On the consent agenda, and just noting for the record that 23B is tabled for this board meeting.
Darren, I can't hear. Who has got something on? Jeez.
We go through this all the time with individuals having to mute.
Yeah, somebody needs to mute.
I can't hear.
I don't hear it anymore. So.
This 23, that you're talking about, 23B?
23B is the proposed admissions policy, the change that was discussed, I think, and sent to the board by Dr. Karestas. I just want to note for the record that's tabled. You're not voting on that tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So on the consent agenda, how do you vote, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown?
No exceptions.
Mr. Hurd?
Mr. Kuzma, do I have to recuse myself from 16C, from a donation?
You don't.
No, I don't see why you'd have to recuse yourself from that, Mr. Hurd, unless you have some reason that's unbeknownst to us.
No, just checking. No exceptions.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Ms. Day is excused. Ms. McCosey?
No exceptions.
Mr. Petrucci?
No exceptions.
Dr. Rivera?
No exceptions.
Mr. Scott?
No exceptions.
Ms. Woods?
Exceptions, and thank you, Dr. Cash, for reopening the schools.
Did you say no exceptions, Ms. Woods? I couldn't hear.
I said no exceptions, and thank you, Dr. Cash, for reopening the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Remember that when you start fussing at me.
Remember it.
President Belton Codman?
Exceptions.
Consent agenda passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving, we have, Nate has asked us to go into executive session. He has several items he would like to review with the board. I will, does the board, we need to break, or can we go straight into this and wrap this up? Nate, do you need to come downstairs?
How long are we going to be?
Colleagues, for consistency, colleague, you need to state the reason for going into executive session.
I've got that ready for the board chair, Dr. Cash.
You got that. We're good. We're good. Okay. I'm just asking the board before I make the motion if they feel that I should include a break in this. That's all. Or should we just keep moving forward?
How much longer are we expecting?
Nate, what do you think? About 15 more minutes?
Yeah, probably no more. Hopefully no more than a half an hour.
Okay, can we move forward then and keep it moving?
Yeah, I just need to know. I'm gonna come on the camera, so I'll need Mike Lucci to let me in.
No problem. Okay, so I need a motion. I'm sorry.
Break. I'll be right back, Dr. Codman.
A minute. Okay, so we need to do. Okay, we're gonna do our moment of bereavement. I almost forgot, Mr. Petrucci. We'll do that, and then we'll take a motion, and then we'll take a break. Okay. All right, Mr. Petrucci, would you do the honors of our bereaved people?
Thank you. Can we please rise? Thank you all. Let's bow our heads to remember the following people who have passed since our last meeting. On October 20th, Mercedes Roman, Mother Yaharia Toro, bilingual special education teacher at school number 3. December 7th, Maria Alvarez, sister of Yahaira Tora, bilingual special education teacher at school number 3. December 14th, Joseph F. O'Grady, father of Paul O'Grady, temporary director of Student Support Services. December 30th, Robert Malpica Jr., brother of Irish Malpica Lopez, administrative secretary, Spanish-speaking, boardroom and City Hall. January 1st, Edwin Gallagher, retired science teacher. January 8th, Dr. Judith M. Jones, retired teacher, taught at campus school in the College Learning Lab. January 10th, Belinda Johnson Lewis, sister of Joanne Hairston, retired administrative assistant, and aunt of Lisa Johnson, teacher assistant at school number 69. We also have, we wanted to add to this list, Bishop William Henderson of the historic Michigan Avenue Baptist Church, the headquarters associated with the Underground Railroad. Bishop William Henderson was an advocate and civil rights fighter who was involved in many of the struggles involving quality of education over the past 50 years, both quality and equity. Last, I want to recognize and remember the 400,000 people who have lost their lives across the nation to COVID. May we take a moment to remember them tonight. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Board members, have a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of us pending litigation between C and the district, and 2, for the purpose of receiving legal advice. Paulette Woods first, Hurd second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so we will go, Nate is going to bring up the screen. Mike Lucci, please bring up the screen so that Nate, we're gonna go into executive session. So you can take like a 5-minute break because he's got to clear the line, all right? Action was taken. Have a motion authorizing the district to pay $40,000 to fully settle the lawsuit between CP and the district, number 17 CV 00631. Mr. Hurd, second by Paulette Woods. Kuzman, would you like a roll call vote?
Sure. Dr. Kathy Evans Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Hurd,
Yes.
Ms. McCosey,
Yes.
Mr. Petrucci,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Mr. Scott,
Yes.
Ms. Woods,
Yes.
and President Belton-Cotman. Did you say yes?
Yes.
President Belton? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, board members.
Motion to end the meeting.
So moved.
Mr. Scott, Jennifer McCousy, all in favor? Any opposed? Meeting is concluded. Thank you for your attention.
Good night, everybody. Be safe.
Thank you.
Take care, everybody.